which is now in session. Last time we were here, which was on Tuesday, we were on a motion brought to these chambers by the Deputy Premier on the territorial song to replace the national anthem at international sporting gathering. The floor now remains open for members' contributions to the debate. I recognize the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member, the Honorable Neville A. Smith. I'm not sure we're hearing you, Deputy Speaker. Okay, sounds better.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems like you all don't want me to speak today. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to speak on this for a lot of reasons. The territorial song, "Oh Beautiful Virgin Islands," a very beautiful song. Mr. Speaker, what I want to start off with today is I would like to get permission to play the anthem so we could clear up some of the confusion, that people think is the song itself is will be playing for the anthem, which is, it will be actually a orchestral rendition. So I'll ask that it be played before I speak anymore.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Please stand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so as you just heard, Mr. Speaker, that's the version of the anthem. The song was written and composed by Ms. Anna Hull and her brother, Kareem Hull, which we thank them for. But the song was rearranged by one of our very own. This song was rearranged by no other than Mr. Alton A. Bertie, an Elmo Stout High School alumnus who graduated in the field of films, scoring, and song writing from the Berklee College of Music in Boston, USA. Mr. Speaker, that says a lot. It's another Beaver Islander, local. Did that. That showed that we have a lot of talent here in the Virgin Islands. We need to go outside to do anything. And with that, we also have a lot of athletes here in the Virgin Islands who know will even feel more national pride, knowing that they're standing for something that we created ourselves, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also would like to talk about the Olympic Committee. The Olympic Committee, which is made up of President Ephraim Penn, the first Vice President myself, the second Vice President, Mr. Roy Barry. You also have Mr. Mark Chapman, the Treasurer. You also have Ms. Sabina, I don't think her last name is Mason, Sabina Pimmins. And we also have a marketing person, I think his name is Sophia. This committee, Mr. Speaker, Beaver Island Committee, is a hard-working committee that is not try but do promote sports in the BVI on a high level, international level. Mr. Speaker, when I first heard about the Olympic Committee, I used to think it's only because of track and field, because that's what it used to sound like. It's all about track and field alone. And Mr. Speaker, it's not. It's about sports. Every sport was affiliated with the Olympics. And the Olympic Committee is doing a great job to help all the different organizations in sports. And this government is committed to the Olympic Committee with helping in any way that we can. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to sports, and when it comes to the people of the Virgin Islands, this government will make sure to do their part. But the Olympic Committee have a very important role to play with this new arranging of this anthem, as you can see. Because they too feel that when the athletes do get on the podium, they want to be a feel of their own, a sense of you recognize that I'm from the Virgin Islands, I'm from the BVI. This is my anthem playing. So it might give them a more sense of want to get there on that podium. So I applaud the Olympic Committee for the hard work they continue to do. And speaking yesterday, I recall hearing the Honorable Member of the Fort speaking about members, past members, but I also want to recognize Ms. Parsons, Ms. Eileen Parsons, who was also a member of the Olympic Committee. A very hard-working lady who into sports. So while I'm on that, I'm also going to talk about, there's a wall around the Air Shirley ground that we see that the Minister for Communication Works, along with the Minister of Education, painted a wall. And it is the plan and the idea to turn that wall into a national, I could say it would be a Hall of Fame wall, a wall of fame. We have to form a committee to get that done. I was granted the task to deal with that. And as soon as things clear up, we'll start working on that. But that's the next thing that's very important for us, a Hall of Fame in the BVI. So there's a task I'm going to put on the Olympic Committee, that we have to come up with criteria and the way that we're going to move forward to get stuff like that done, because we have to make our athletes feel part of what's going on. Because when you look at it, a lot of us are saying they don't have national pride, but it's not that. We as government have to give them a reason also for that national pride. Because they could recall, again, Honorable Mark, member of the Fort, said something about the Pan American Games. I'm one of those athletes who went to the Pan American Games, along with Mr. Ephraim Penn, who's now the head of the Olympic Committee. So it shows that we are still working for sports. And Mr. Speaker, we have to start taking sports serious in the BVI because we have a lot of talent, and it's going to put us more on the map than anything else, because look at Mr. McMaster. He's well known, but he made us well known. So we have to take care of our athletes, and not just track and field. I talk about sports on the whole, and I know the Minister of Education and Sports will do a good job on that because he has me on his side, and every time he calls on me, I will be there. Mr. Speaker, the rendition of that anthem, if you listen to it, everybody should be proud of what they're hearing. Because, like I say, it's a local, it's one of our own created that. We don't have to go out for anything. We could do everything we have here, and we need to continue building on what we have, and we need to work closely with the Olympic Committee when it comes to sports in the Virgin Islands. It's very important that we work hand in hand to make sure that we have the right product. Because the Olympic Committee not just deal with the athletes, they also deal with coaches. They put on seminars, we put things in place, and we also give scholarships. So we need to understand the role of the Olympic Committee in the BVI, and more people need to ask questions and find out more of what they can get assistance with. With that, Mr. Speaker, again, I'll say I support this very much, this anthem very much, and I take my hat off to the Olympic Committee, and I take my hat off to Mr. Bertie, alongside with the person who wrote this song, Ayanna Hall and Kareem Nelson. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Speaker for his contributions. The floor remains open. I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise to support the motion before us. Mr. Speaker, the journey to a territorial song was a long journey. It began many, many years ago. There was a lot of discussion about it. I remember one time having a discussion with the late Mr. O'Neill about a territorial song, about the need for one, and the challenges that we would face having one. Now, in December 13th, during the second sitting of the second session of the Fourth House of Assembly, the member for the third, in his deliberation, was reflecting back on standing finance. And during standing finance, he spoke about us using our athletes as poster children to help promote and support tourism. Because he wasn't satisfied that enough was done or that they take advantage of the opportunity that they presented for us to use our athletes to promote tourism. Because the member recognized that these athletes, at that time we had one at the Commonwealth Gold and one with the Pan American Gold. And he recognized at that time that these persons are on the international stage, viewed by millions upon millions of potential visitors to the BVI. So he thought it fit that if we use those persons as tourism ambassadors, almost free advertising, or at least no cost to us, it would go a long, long way in putting the BVI on the map. This territorial song uses a similar way of thinking to help establish the BVI, but not just for tourism. As we are going through our constitutional review, as we look towards more greater autonomy and self-determination, more and more we have to build institutions and national pride. The concept of a territorial song was first read in 2011, the idea of starting it. I wasn't on the committee. It was one of the few committees I was not on, but I worked with that committee. And Mr. Speaker, when you work with committees, such as those committees there, you learn a lot about a lot of things. So I would encourage all young persons in the community, if you have a chance to serve on any committee, to please take the opportunity. It's not always about money, but it's also a learning experience. I serve on the National Drug Advisory Committee, I serve on Territory Day, USVI, BVI Friendship Day, Territory Day, all those committees I served on, for me, it was a great experience. The committee that gave us the territorial song and the territorial wear, I was not a member of the committee, but I was drafted by Brenda Lessam Tai, who was instrumental in bringing those two things away to work with them. So I'm quite familiar with the journey that we came from to get this territorial song established. It was officially adopted in the House of Assembly on 24th of July, 2013. It was announced in 2011, almost 2.5 years later, that song and territorial wear finally became our reality. It finally became, and I worked with the committee through all the iterations of the competition, all the songs, all the voting. It took many years, Mr. Speaker, because people understood the importance and the role such a thing plays in building national pride and national identity. Like the member for the Fourth said, when you go to these international events, their anthems are usually played. Though I look very athletic, for some reason I was not gifted with much athletic skills. I have played a lot of sports, from marble up to basketball. My name will never be called as somebody to be mentioned in any sporting accomplishment. From marbles, rounders, windball, tennis, you name it, I played that sport. But sport isn't my thing. For some, it was something with that aggression against my friends. Because we played with friends, I could not handle, mentally couldn't handle aggression against friends. So I had to go to the finer things of life. That's why I ended up in music. Less aggression we had. We work as a group, as a team. Sports was a little competitive. I've since gotten past that. I could compete now. I wouldn't try physically now to do basketball and things like that, but I'll do a little thing now and again. But Mr. Speaker, I'm a Rotarian, and I've been to conferences, both international and regional conferences. And I remember, and the same thing is done, all the countries. The one we have is called Rotary District 7020, 10 Caribbean countries. Also those countries, more than one country is an overseas territory. And I never forget when I was at that one conference in Jamaica, Pegasus Hotel. I don't recall the year, somewhere around 2013, 2012. I really can't remember there. But I remember the experience I had at that opening ceremony. And I remember the call, I'm not calling a particular order, but Anguilla, pa, 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 pa. BVI, pa, 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 pa. And then it got to Jamaica. Oh my God. The place lit up, the energy, the enthusiasm, they all sang along. You could feel the pride in that country singing their national anthem that was theirs. We were singing a national anthem, but they were singing their national anthem. Mr. Speaker, big, big difference. That's one time I wanted to be a Jamaican. That it was so beautiful seeing all those persons there singing what is theirs. This wasn't the national anthem. This was their national anthem. So, Mr. Speaker, we are here today bringing this motion to have our, not a territorial song, but to bring our territorial song to the forefront of one of our international activities. Not only would it create more national pride, but also, like the Atlas member said, it would encourage other persons to want to strive to get there. You can imagine millions of persons out there watching BVI Gold and all beautiful Virgin Islands coming through that stadium. Oh, I can't wait. And I so love that song. I so love that song, that territorial song. And I commend and recognize Diana Hall and Kareem Nelson Hall for the master job they did. I think it captures the essence of BVI aspirations or beliefs and everything. But Mr. Speaker, I would hasten to say at the same time, because I've seen a pattern recently. I'm not sure where it came from, but I would like to see it continue, discontinued, where we take our national or territorial song and we play some little concocted version of it, a shortened version. We normally sing verse 1 and 3, but I've seen recently they're only playing one verse. My absolute favorite verse, verse 3, you hardly hear it anymore. It ought to be outlawed that a song must be played in its entirety. I never enjoyed that song with the third verse missing. I don't know who thought it was a good idea to save 2 minutes by leaving out the most important part of the song. May God richly bless this territory. That's the crux of the song right there, because that's where we came from. We came to this point through the prayers to God. Our great-grandparents and grandparents praying down on their knees, asking God to bring this territory from where it was to where it is. I know we leave out the part with God in it. Mr. Minister for Education, I want you to look into that practice where that verse is left out. I am not pleased at all that people see it fit to leave out a verse that talk about God and blessing this country. Mr. Speaker, I really can't wait to see the day when we have, whether Olympic or Pan American Games, as a matter of fact, any event, because when you're hearing the Doha National Anthem playing 4 times at the event, and you are one of them, you don't feel special. In fact, nobody don't even study it. But when you hear your territorial song being played, and you stand up straight and you bring out your chest, because it's national pride and identity that's being displayed there for the entire world to see. Not just tourists, but we send them a message that this is who we are as a people, and this is our aspiration, and we recognize the role that God has played and continues to play in bringing this territory along. And we look at this here in the light of our constitutional review, as we go into that very important exercise there. We must be thinking of national pride, national identity. It is so, so key, and make sure we keep God in the mix. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words there, I fully support this replacing the national anthem with our territorial song. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 9th District for his contributions. Floor remains open. I call on the Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Carvin Malone.
Yes, okay, I think we have volume now. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I did not lend my full 100% support to this very important and heart-feeling um, initiative. It is timely, it is right, it is just. I've had a number of family members who have represented the territory in one phase or the other. The honorable member for the 4th District, he had to be reminded that I was his vice president. When he was on the Olympic Committee as chair, I was his vice president. When we were in the basketball and getting it all ready, and I was his president when we were on other fronts. So, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker, this year, when my cousin Ephraim Penn represented the territory, when my brother, 88, Kit Malone, represented the territory, when Chantal Malone will be the first person for which this will be played. It will be a red letter day, and we will recall her uncle saying that this is the thing to do. It has nothing to do with personalities, because you can't get on the top stage without performance. We can't go and give it to her. We can't lend it to her. She has to perform for it. She has the mindset to do it, and it will be done. Kyron McMaster, he'll be second in terms of it being placed, in terms of the song being played. And there are others. I'm helping Sister Nelda as we speak, looking in terms of getting placed here in a job. She has performed well. She has performed for the territory. Yes, we have so many of our athletes. When you look at this population, this 30, 35, or 40, all depends on which day you count the population. The accomplishment that have been had for up to now can only be marveled, because per capita, it is great. We have had successes at almost all levels, and we will break the Olympic barrier soon. So, Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that this is fully supported. This initiative is one in which, well, I remember Sir James, because I had the pleasure of having him over, and I going down to actually visit him at one time. You know, he said the national anthem, when played there for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it is one in which brings pride. Although God Save the Queen will be recognized immediately, yet as the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources have said, when the national anthem of other lands are played, they sing along and they bring it home. This too will be done. Now, if we put all of our population in any corner of any of the stadium, you mightn't hear them across the aisle. But the pride of which it will bring will be felt throughout the world. So I think that it is fitting that we do this, and the various sports that we are represented in. I know that Honorable Member, at-large Member Smith, Deputy Speaker, he would make sure that softball will come back into its glory days, so that we would, we'll make sure that, Honorable Member from the 6th, he wouldn't be able to represent the national team when it's go 5th. He wouldn't be able to represent the national team when it goes away again. But, well, by virtue of age. But at the end of the day, of these persons who have contributed and contributed well, people would not believe it. I could have represented the BVI, and I did in Charlotte Amalie High School in volleyball. One of the best volleyball players. We never lost a game from 71, was it, to 75, 76? 4 to 5 years, and did not lose a game. I'm not talking about a match. I'm not talking about a set. We did not lose a game. All volleyball team. Dr. Kendrick Pickett can tell you, the Mancito Christopher can tell you, all the persons who played with me, Mr. Forbes. So, and then when it comes to basketball, I taught 88 everything that he knows. He was my water boy, he was my towel. He carried the towels for me. And he wanted to be like his big brother. Those who come after will always be greater. And so too, he is. So when it comes to basketball, of course. So Mr. Speaker, there is a rich sporting history all through every family in the Virgin Islands. And I'm telling you that this will be a proud moment when this House of Assembly passed this measure in recognition of our pride, of what sports mean to us. And I think that we embrace this now, we embrace this so that we can move this forward and get this job done. And of course, there are a lot of family members I would have left out. I will hear about it after I'm finished. But at the end of the day, I give commendation to all of my family members who have been so brilliant and forthcoming and accomplished in whichever sport they chose. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Full support. Thank you.
I thank the territorial member for his contribution. I call upon the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 8th District, the Honorable Marlon A. Penn.
Speaker, I too rise to make my contribution to the resolution before us. Mr. Speaker, I want to say from the onset, this resolution has my absolute full support. It is something that I think was a long time in coming. I think it's something that all of us in this honorable House and all of us in this territory should be absolutely proud of. Mr. Speaker, I firstly want to acknowledge the creators of this particular song. This song, whenever it's sung, and a member of the territory, the member for the night, my neighbor in the east, the far east, mentioned it. It engenders a sense of pride in you as a Virgin Islander, sense of pride of belonging to this territory that we call home. It gives you goosebumps, Mr. Speaker. It's the same sense of pride and sense of belonging that we get with sports. We all know that we all could recall whenever our sports teams or athletes do well at international meets, we're all glued to Facebook, we're glued to WhatsApp, or wherever the particular game or event is happening. And you see the sense of national pride that's engendered when we support our athletes and when they're successful. And this, and along with the support of this song being played when they're on the podium, is going to bring an immense, immense sense of pride to all of us as a territory. So I want to commend the architects of this song, Mr. Kareem Nelson Hull and Miss Ayana Hull, my good friend Ayana, who composed, and all the composers who put together this song that represents so much for us as a territory. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the ministers of sports and that came along the process to support sports in the territory, to ensure that we have the facilities necessary to play the games and the sports that we love as a people, cricket, softball, basketball. Now we've made an investment in the 7th and 8th district in football, which is, we call it soccer, but it is actually football, that is going to pay dividends for us as a territory moving forward and for our athletes, not just for the issue of earning medals, but sport also creates opportunities. It creates educational opportunities. It creates build life skills for young people, discipline, all the things, the tools necessary to live in a modern world, a modern society. So I want to commend those ministers, Eileen Parson, Eileen Parson, the now Premier, who was then Minister of Sports, Lloyd Black at the time when he supported athletes during that period and the work that he did. And the last Minister of Sports, Myron Walwyn, who ushered through the process. As the member for the night mentioned, it was in the works. But politics is like sports. It's like a relay. It's a baton, a relay race. There's several steps along the way. And I want to commend the minister, the then minister, for the work that he did to finalize the process, not just for the song, the territorial song, but in terms of culture overall. I think during that period, we were able to get certain things firmed up as relates to our territorial song, our cultural wear, our territorial pledge, and many other aspects of our culture that we have cemented as symbols for us to look forward to going forward. And I want to commend all of those persons. And now the now Minister of Sports, who is now, I know your third leg or fourth leg, finishing the race, and ensuring that these things are formalized and crystallized for the people of this territory moving forward. And that's what politics is, a continuum. We here, we work for the best interests of the people of this territory. That is our ultimate responsibility and our ultimate role, is to do what's in the best interest of the people. So I want to commend those individuals for the work they've done and the work they've done to support sports in the territory and help continue to build the institution of sports. So I also want to acknowledge, we heard of the Olympic Committee and all the members, the member for the territorial member who hails from the East, spoke at length of the Olympic Committee and its role and the function of the Olympic Committee. I want to commend them because we know of the works that the Olympic Committee continues to do, and the member for the Fourth spoke about that as well, as a former president, and the work they did to build sports in the territory alongside the government of the day, the governments of the day. It's admirable. I know that this particular resolution came forward from the Olympic Committee to ensure that the song is then adopted as the song that is played at our national events. So I want to commend former President Vanterpool, former President Ray O'Neill, and now the current president, a gentleman I know pretty well, Mr. Ephraim Penn. He was not president. Mr. Ephraim Penn, for the work they've done, they continue to do. And I know under the current president, we also had, we got what we call our sports policy was developed. A draft sport policy was done. And I know that's in the ministry, Minister of Sports. I think that sets out a framework, a structured approach for us in terms of managing sports going forward. And I hope that's something that we put in place, that we adopt. And it goes to show the commitment of these individuals to sports, many of them former athletes themselves, who've contributed, who've benefited from the contributions of former presidents, the contributions of former ministers, and now are paying it forward to the next generation, the next Kyron McMaster, the next Chantel Malone, all the other individuals, the next Neville Sheep-Smith in softball, and I know we have to get softball, the resurgence of softball in our territory, and cricket. I remember It's not an Olympic sport, but I remember my grandfather telling me of the days of cricket in his territory, with playing alongside Neville Sheepsmith's dad and other persons in our community, and how that was also a sport that engendered BVI pride as well. So we need to really get back into the grassroots programs where we had community sports, where softball teams came from throughout each community, where you traveled from the east with the Dreads, the Original Stars, the East Rockers, and we went to town supporting our team. And the teams that from Seacoast Bay, the Birds, the Roots, the Runners, and all those teams, family tree from the east, Original Stars, I could name them, come down the line that we supported because they represented us in our community and they represented our territory. That sense of pride and engendering pride back into sports needs to happen at the grassroots level. We need to get our community facilities up and running. We need to do our best to get those facilities fixed. Make sure that we have adequate facilities and equipment for athletes. That's what we're trying to do with the Greenland Field, Minister for Sports. We share that facility. Never mind it's in the 8th district. I continue to say that there's no separation with our community. We share the facilities of that community. Same will be true for the football field that is on its last leg of completion, where we're looking at installing the track. Minister, I hope we're still on track. Get that track going and ensure that the stadium is built so that we could then start to push the whole idea of sports tourism. While we're engendering pride and we're engendering that sense of nationalism, we can make a little money too. Nothing wrong with empowering our people through economics as well. And there are opportunities through sports tourism where we can where our people could make a handsome living through sports, and we could also create the opportunities on the ground in the territory. We see that the possibility through football in particular. There are already commitments from the Football Association to bring CONCACAF games once that stadium is completed. Bring those international meets. That would mean we will need hotel rooms, we will need restaurants, we need all the different amenities that those individuals would need from within our community and the wider Virgin Islands. And we market our territory to the entire world. So there's opportunities abound from this. I know we started the process of attaching our athletes through the Tourist Board in terms of marketing opportunities. I think that arrangement needs to be a more formalized arrangement with our key athletes as they go throughout the world to represent us, all corners of the world. So I'm sure that the able minister will put those things in place and put those steps in action. And he has my support, as you know. As I said, we're building a world-class facility in our community, and we have to ensure that we maximize the potential from that facility, not just for our community, but for the entire Virgin Islands. So, Mr. Speaker, I too would really like to express my gratitude and appreciation for the athletes. The athletes who toil, labor in the vineyard to bring excitement to us and bring pride to us in terms of their athletic achievements. We've had much success most recently through track and field, where we've had a Pan Am gold medalist in long jump in Chantel Malone. We've had a Commonwealth Game champion in the 400-meter hurdles in Kyron McMaster. We've had our most recent past gold medal, 100-meter gold medalist in the CAC Games from my friend Dion Crabb and Miss Taisha Harrigan, who were both 100-meter champion in the CAC Games. And I have a quick story. I am still the only, even though most people wouldn't believe this, I'm still the only local athlete to beat Dion in 100-meter. And so I hold that distinction to be the last local athlete to beat Dion Crabb in 100-meter. So I would stick to that story. And he can't dispute, he's not in this house to dispute that claim. So, but it's true. And And I just reflect, and as the member for the territorial member from the East was reflected, I reflected on my time in athletics and the pride that you got, and the pride that you felt representing your country. The pride that you felt and the camaraderie that you built with the men and women that you trained with, the men and women that you compete with, and even the ones you competed against. Sports does that for us. And the addition to this national song, I think, will drive us to even greater point. And I remember a particular moment. We were at a meet in San German, Puerto Rico. I think it was a poly relays. It was myself, Dion Crabb, Steve Augustine, another dear friend of mine, and Troy Smith from West End. We were running, we had a 400-meter, 4x100-meter relay race. And I remember the energy. And I think I've never seen that matched anywhere other than the Penn relays, when we ran at the Penn relays. The energy that the Puerto Rican crowd had for their local teams. And the sense of pride and support they gave their team. And I remember we were in the 4x1, and we were in, I started out, I gave us a good lead as usual. I was either the closer or the starter. And I started out and we were in second place up until the third leg. And the crowd was so loud, you couldn't hear yourself. It was so loud in the stadium where they felt they was about to win the race. And I think it was Steve who had the assignment to close that day. And I remember when Steve passed the Puerto Rican about 10 meters before the line, and you could have heard a pin drop in the room. And it's just, after that race, we became one of the favorites. The Puerto Rican crowd started to cheer for us. That's the kind of thing that sport engenders in terms of the camaraderie and the thing. And we built a bond. And I have a shameless plug. We had the 4x100-meter junior record for many years. It was just recently broken. So, but I could imagine the kind of pride I would have felt if we had a territorial song then, when we went to the podium. And I could imagine now the pride that I would feel seeing when Chantel wins a gold at the Olympics, when Kyron McMaster breaks the plane and wins his gold medal at the Olympics and other major meets that will come once we arrest this COVID-19 situation going forward. The sense of pride that all of us at Virgin Islands will be engendered, and all of us at Virgin Islanders, when this song is being played. Like I said, it gives me goosebumps every time I hear this song play. And the words have meaning to all of us as nationals. So, Minister, you have my utmost support on this particular movement. I support all the members, all the past ministers who have played their role in this relay race to get us to this point. All the athletes who have paved the way for the now Chantel Malone's, Kyron McMaster. I never adapted I never went beyond the regional meets because I focused on the academics, and my friends Dion Crabb, and then went the extra mile. But all of those athletes that paved the way, who've sacrificed, and I want to again commend the Olympic Committee for their financial support of the athletes, because being a professional athlete is not an easy task. To have to worry about paying your bills and worry about all the other things that you need to do while still training and trying to stay on top of your game. It's a difficult task. And it requires enormous financial support. And I want to commend them for their efforts in terms of that financial support. And for paving a way that we could sit here, or those of us who are fortunate to be there in person, to hear that national song, territorial song being played when we win a gold medal, when one of our athletes are on the podium. I think this is a red letter day for us in this honorable house, a red letter day for us in this territory. And I commend again all the persons who played their part in getting us to this point. And I look forward to a bright future for us in sports and athletics, in all the possibilities and opportunities that will be had for us as Virgin Islanders. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 8th district for his contribution. Floor remains open. Haven't seen any other member wishing to make a contribution to the debate. I call upon the Deputy Premier to wrap up the debate on his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank everyone who rose to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, historic day for me is my first motion here in the House of Assembly, and I think I'm fortunate that the first motion was one that was so well received by members of the House of Assembly, having such robust support. And indeed, it is a special day for us here in the House of Assembly and in the Virgin Islands to be able to move in this particular direction. We had many members contribute and speak about the history of sports. This resolution is somewhat of an intersection between national pride and sports. And this House of Assembly might be the most athletic House of Assembly in history. I mean, I'm not going to speak about my great athletic feats, but I certainly have represented the BVI in volleyball in the past. And I've played basketball in the basketball league, etc. But I know, of course, we have the territorial member here from the East, Honorable Neville Smith, who represented the BVI in a number of different sports. I'm not sure if persons know that he also represented the BVI in volleyball as a national team member in volleyball, in addition to his well-known representation in basketball and softball. But also, I am told that he's a record holder. Is it a record holder? Was a record holder. Someone has broken his record in the high jump. And I remember watching him as a basketball player. He was a great three-point shooter, but you know, if he got a chance, he'll dunk on you. So he was a record holder in the high jump and has represented the BVI in track and field. And of course, we hear about all the other members, including Honorable Alvaro Maduro Keynes, who are athletes. And I certainly used to enjoy when I was in high school watching the leader of the opposition. I think it's House 1 it was. House 1 and House 3. I think it was House 3. Used to have some great battles in those relays, and remember those high school days, everybody was waiting for the relays at the end of those high school track meets, and boy, there used to be something when we had those relays at the end. I believe it was like Mario, and we also had Steve, and I think Keita was House 2, was it? Huh? Keita was House 2. Yes. And Bolton and all of those guys used to be there running. I believe Torbo. Torbo was our House 1. Yes. So we have, it's a very athletic House of Assembly we have here, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if you played athletics as well. And of course, member for the fourth with all his great experience and leadership in basketball and on the Olympic Committee, etc. I too want to thank the Olympic Committee for the great work that they're doing in supporting our athletes, and as well as the government of the Virgin Islands that provides funding to the Olympic Committee and in some instances directly to athletes as well. And the Premier, the member for the 8th District, spoke about the track on the east, that field, the football field there, Greenland. And the Premier has pledged that money. It's been budgeted, and we're ready to get that project moving because, of course, the member for the 8th and leader of opposition spoke eloquently about the development of sports in the territory, particularly on the eastern end, and that's something that will continue to receive the utmost attention by myself because, of course, it's an important part of the diversification of our tourism product, going into sports tourism in a much more real way. And I do agree that we need more community-based sports as we had in the past, and we can look forward to that in the development of our facilities. I want to join the other members as well in recognizing our athletes. Kyron McMaster, he competed at the World Championships recently, and I believe the athletes who he was running against, I think one of them, his name is Wahome or something like that. I forget his name. But the athletes who beat Kyron McMaster had to run world record times to beat him. And if you pay attention to those, races, if you look at those races, Kyron McMaster was actually leading those races for quite a bit of the races, maybe 75% of the race. And we know that Kyron was coming off of an injury a couple years ago and still getting into his peak performance. And I'm extremely hopeful because every race I looked at, I say Kyron can win this race. And I believe it in my whole heart. And those races that he participated in were the fastest races in the 400-meter hurdle history. You know, these athletes are doing phenomenal times, and they have to do those to try to keep up. So we were looking forward to something special happening at the Olympics. It's been delayed. I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility. I know that COVID-19 has somewhat been disruptive to our athletes, but it's not beyond the realm of possibility that we can still achieve those feats, Mr. Speaker. And of course, Chantel Malone winning at the Pan Am Games, which is just a step below the Olympics. That's perhaps one of the most prestigious feats that we've had on the international level. And we have so many great athletes in the history of the Virgin Islands, and I really want to recognize them. The Dean Greenaways of the world, and the Guy Hills of the world, and the Ephraim Penns of the world, current Olympic Committee president. I thank him, and I thank the Olympic Committee for the work they've put in to get this to this particular stage. And I received a text message from Ephraim Penn, my cousin, father of the leader of the opposition, thanking me for bringing this resolution to the House of Assembly. I just want to thank him and his entire team. They had to get Alton Botti, one of our great musicians here in the Virgin Islands, to compose the song. And I thank the Territorial at-large member Honorable Smith for playing the anthem so persons can see how beautiful it is. Very well composed. I think he did an excellent job there, and we look forward to that being played as our athletes ascend the podium. We have some bright up-and-coming athletes as well who I expect to be gold medalists as well. I want to mention Adeja Hajj. For persons who may not know Adeja Hajj, if you just Google Adeja's Hajj name, you're going to see #1 next to her name in all types of different events: long jump, 600 meter, 400 meter, 300 meter, 200 meter. She's #1 in the state of Georgia in all of those events. And nationally, I believe she's #1 in some of those events for her age group. So we're looking forward to her continuing to develop and grow and eventually be able to ascend to the podium and to listen to that beautiful Virgin Islands being played. Mr. Speaker, the member for the 9th District spoke about tourism, the opportunity for tourism in terms of using our athletes as a means of promoting the Virgin Islands. And certainly that will be the case even more so with our own territorial song being played as opposed to God Save the Queen. Because of course, as you know, when these athletes win, not only do they ascend the podium, they usually wrap themselves in the flag and they take a run around the track or whatever event it was, do their victory lap. And we know that sports is a great source of national pride. Sports is one of the areas where you have most support for a particular country or territory, where you feel the most pride in the accomplishments of your people. And certainly I think this will help to improve that in great measure. A member for the 9th also spoke about constitutional review. And those work together. The national pride you feel at sporting events and national pride you feel when you go and you represent your territory or country. But a constitutional review in terms of advancing ourselves. The member for the 2nd District on Tuesday perhaps didn't feel enough enthusiasm from me. It was late in the day, enough enthusiasm from me as it pertains to presenting this motion. And I don't want anyone to be mistaken that I'm quite enthused. I'm very happy to bring this motion to the House of Assembly. But I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I want us to go even further than this. I do believe that we are behind. Something as, and I'm so grateful for the Olympic Committee for advancing it to this stage and having the opportunity to bring it. But I wish something like this, I believe the member for the 8th District said it, this is a long time in coming. I really wish that something like this would have come before. That we've stayed too long at these sporting events with God Save the Queen. And Mr. Speaker, I have to say to you that we honor the God Save the Queen because, of course, it's a national anthem of the United Kingdom, our administrating power. And so, perhaps sometimes when I speak here, persons might think that I have some kind of dislike for the United Kingdom. I don't dislike the United Kingdom. I hold no animus in my heart towards the United Kingdom. Of course, no one is happy with the history of enslavement and things like that that we've gone through with the United Kingdom. Nobody will be happy about that. But I don't live my life holding on to grudges. I think we have to free ourselves of any ill content towards any particular person or any particular group. But just in terms of my political views. I cannot be pleased listening to the lyrics of the God Save the Queen when it says, for the Queen to long reign over us. That's what the lyrics say. It says, let me see if I can find the lyrics here. It says, God save our gracious Queen. Where is it here now? Long live our noble Queen. For some reason, I had it here. Send her, I don't have it in front of me, I know the words. Send her victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. And when I listen to the words of the territorial song and how much it resonates, the same voice that the member for the 9th District spoke about God give our leaders wisdom and understanding, and all of those, make sure that our children understand the importance of the sacrifice of their ancestors. When you look at that, that resonates, Mr. Speaker. But the Queen long reign over us, I don't believe it. So it can't resonate in my heart because I don't believe it to be the truth. I believe that eventually we'll have to throw off this, and this is what's mandated to the United Nations, that we move towards a different type of relationship with the United Kingdom or with any other country. So it doesn't resonate. This thing has been long in coming, and actually we're a little behind. We have to start thinking about other areas where we need to completely remove the UK national anthem. Is it really necessary to have the UK national anthem played in some of the events that we have, Mr. Speaker? I think when I was growing up, I never heard the UK national anthem as often as I hear it now. I believe when we first introduced that territorial song, it became an issue that the territorial song was being played without the UK national anthem being played first. And so I think as an unintended consequence, the UK national anthem is now played more than ever before. And I believe that we have to go in a different direction, Mr. Speaker, as it pertains to God Save the Queen. What we want to hear more and see more prominently is the territorial song. Of course, we understand our relationship with the United Kingdom, but we are moving in a particular direction, just as is being evidenced by this motion on the international stage. Some persons won't be happy about that, Mr. Speaker, because some persons have a certain level of reverence and some type of nostalgia for our relationship with the United Kingdom. But we have to continue to grow and develop as a group of people in keeping with what is expected of us in 2020, especially as it pertains to what we've signed on to and agreed to at the level of the United Nations. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to bring this motion to the House of Assembly. I'm thankful for the support of all the members, and I'm looking forward to our first opportunity to have this territorial song played. Again, great thanks to the composers, Ayana and Kareem Hall. Great thanks for those persons who you were on the committees and headed the committees for the territorial song, territorial dress, and the minister who was over that process. And great thanks to this current House of Assembly for, as the representative for the 8th District has said, has taken the baton and is marching forward in our progress to greater self-pride and self-determination. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, the motion has been moved, debated, and seconded. Therefore, the question before the House is to adopt the territorial song to replace the United Kingdom national anthem, God Save Our Queen, to be played at all sporting events in which BVI athletes are awarded medals. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture to move his second motion as it relates to the Higher Education Board. Minister, if you need a 2-minute recess, we can facilitate. Okay, you ready? Certainly.
Mr. Speaker, my apologies. I didn't have any resolutions before today, but now I've gone 2 for 2. Back to back. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the following motion. Whereas Section 3, 1 and 2 of the Higher Education Licensing Act 2016 provides for the establishment of a higher education licensing board comprised of a total of 7 members, inclusive of a chairman and deputy chairman. Whereas Section 3, Section 3, subsection 3, and subsection 4 of the said Act provides that the minister responsible for education shall, with the approval of the Cabinet, appoint one of the members as the chairman of the board, and that such appointment shall be subject to the approval of the House of Assembly. And whereas the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture has recommended to the Cabinet that Dr. Arthur G. Richardson be appointed as the chairman of the board, now therefore be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the appointment of Dr. Arthur G. Richardson as the chairman of the board for a period of 1 year with effect from the first day of August 2020. Mr. Speaker, in further explaining this motion, we have the Higher Education Licensing Board, and they have been doing good work, Mr. Speaker, with the assistance of the Premier and myself. Of course, the Premier some months ago would have signed on with CARICOM's accrediting agency for medical schools, which has helped to advance us to a point where we have had a great deal of interest from medical schools, and we will soon see the establishment of a medical school here in the Virgin Islands. And I know that the Premier, when he was Minister of Education, it's something that he was pushing for very hard, and it's something that, as Premier of the Virgin Islands, along with myself as Minister of Education, we will soon see realized. The chair of the Higher Education Licensing Board has been Dr. Arthur Richardson. He's also a member of the HLSCC Board of Governors. He's someone who has a great deal of experience in higher education, serving in the education department at the University of the West Indies for many, many years. I know him as well as a fellow member of the Lions Club. He's been highly commended for his work on the Education Licensing Board, and we wish that he continues within that role to help usher in some of these institutions that we have showing interest in the Virgin Islands. So, Mr. Speaker, having said that, I'm looking forward to the support of the members of the House of Assembly on this particular motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
I rise to second the motion and reserve my comments for later on. Thank you.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. Therefore, the floor is open for debate. I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honourable Carvin Malone.
I have a no-touch mic, right? Okay, good. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have come here in terms of Mr. Arthur Richardson. I know him very well, having served with him on the Board of Governors for the HLSCC, and his dedication and to work and the task for which he's assigned at any level is only commendable. So it is a great choice, and I think that we could be very short in this in saying that I fully support his nomination. I fully support him being confirmed to the post, and I know that he will be fair, he'll be just, and he'll have all of the good works that defines a good service-minded person, a good lion. Thank you very much.
I thank the territorial member. I recognize the member for the 4th District, the Honourable Mark H. Vanterpool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, it's a very easy support, and I believe everyone is supporting it, but I wanted to just rise, Mr. Speaker, in recognizing and commending the Honourable Deputy Premier and Minister for reappointing Dr. Richardson to be continuing to chair this very important board that is doing, has begun to do a good work in the past and continues to do so. And we know the area that they're working on is very crucial to the development of our territory, and we look forward to supporting them in continuing to do this good work. I just wanted to rise to give my personal commendation to the chairman for his appointment, reappointment, and acknowledge his good work and his dedication that he has had to education, as he's what we will consider to be a regional contributor to education in the Caribbean, in the West Indies. I lived in Barbados, and I believe he was there at the time. I can't recall, but I know in the early 80s, when my wife went to school at the University of the West Indies, he would have been there at the time, I believe. But I know it was a joy when we always thought of him as a person who we considered, and in those days back there, it wasn't often that you got a person at that high level at the University of the West Indies, serving from what we call the small islands. And he was a person who stood out. He was very well respected at the University of the West Indies. And we are glad that he was able to come to our shores here and contribute to the improvement of tertiary education in the territory. And so I want to commend him. He's a personal friend. Um, if you know him, you want to make sure you have time when you see him coming, because you better be ready to talk, because he loves to chat. And he's always lending great ideas and great thoughts. So it's always a pleasure to chat with Dr. Richardson. So I want to commend the Premier the Deputy Premier for reappointing Dr. Arthur C. Richardson to this board, and let the House know and the people of the Virgin Islands know that he has my 110% support, and encourage him and the board, the rest of the board members, because we don't always hear about the rest of them, but we want to encourage them. Perhaps the Deputy Premier can at least give us an idea of the other names who are serving, so that we can commend them for the good work that they continue to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's take
I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise also to support the motion brought forward by the Minister of Education and Culture in support of Dr. Richardson, who, Mr. Speaker, is not just a friendly individual, but he's a very intelligent individual, and he happens to also live and reside in the constituency of the 2nd District, him and his lovely wife. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to echo the sentiments of the members before me in saying that I fully support him, and the Honorable Vanterpool just reiterated a point, in fact, that once you have a conversation with him, put your words and your sentences together, because he can have a conversation, and he enjoys a very fruitful and healthy conversation. But one of the things that I take away each time we encounter is you hear a different angle. You could speak about the same thing, Mr. Speaker, with him, especially as it relates to education and professional development, and you would understand the vast knowledge and breadth of knowledge that he has in order to put things to you from a different perspective, get you to think not just the way that you may see it or the way that it appears, but even, the things that may affect it differently that we might not usually consider. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to take too long, but I could not let this opportunity pass and not recognize and give my support to Dr. Richardson. And I also want to recognize the rest of the board that will serve with him to the overall development of the educational sector and the territory, Mr. Speaker. So with those few words, I take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 2nd District. At this time, I recognize the Leader of the Opposition and member of the 8th District, the Honorable Marlon A. Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to give my brief contribution to the appointment of the Chairman of the Higher Education Board, Mr. Dr. Arthur G. Richardson. Speaker, the Minister is right. He's 2 for 2 today, and he's pitching a no-hitter, a perfect game, because he has full support on both sides of the aisle. And I hope that my beloved Lakers shoot the basket that way tonight too as well. But left to be seen. But I too stand in full support of the reappointment of Dr. Arthur Richardson as the chairman of this board. Dr. Arthur, Minister expound on his qualification. He's well qualified for the task ahead. I know we've done some great work, and as this part of the baton passing, that is politics, to get a medical school in the territory. I know there was one that's already started the process of being established in the 8th District. I'm hopeful that that process can continue, so it could broaden the opportunities for persons within the territory, bring additional economic opportunities, and allow us to be able to tap in to expertise from around the globe. And I know that we have the Nurses and Midwives Act coming up. I'm hopeful that all of these things are able to infuse into the development of our medical sector. One of the areas that we've been pushing is the whole idea of medical tourism. And that's one of the things that we have to continue on the course of ensuring that we put the structures and the tenants in place to ensure that we build on diversification of our economy. And medical tourism and the doctors and the nurses and all these aspects play an important role in that process. So Dr. Richardson has my full support. I want to also commend the minister, the deputy premier, for his maturity. When you have good people, no matter where you met them, how they got there, if they're good people, you leave good people to do good work. And Dr. Richardson is one such person. I commend the minister for his maturity, for ensuring that he allows Dr. Richardson to continue the work that he and his team started on the board. And I look forward to us fulfilling our mandate to ensuring that we have established medical schools and broaden and deepen the opportunities for Virgin Islanders within this territory. I so support.
I thank the member for the 8th District. Is there any other member wishing to speak? Having seen no indication, I therefore call upon the Deputy Premier to summarize and wrap up his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I'm batting 2 for 2 with a great deal of support. The only thing that I disagreed with the member for the 8th District's contribution is this thing about the Lakers. He messed up a very good contribution that he made there, speaking about the Lakers. And I was supporting the Clippers and they got knocked out. So I still have a bad taste in my mouth, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, yes, I'm grateful for the support for Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, I don't think I could ever do justice to his resume, because when you look at the resume, it's so long. I mean, his resume is about 30 pages long. And he's a true academic. He's worked at the University of the West Indies for many years, but also worked other places such as in St. Kitts and New York. And he's been serving on the HLSCC board since about 2015, but he has also served in so many other boards as well, and on so many other committees, and well qualified to take us through this particular process. This is a process where you have to examine lots of paperwork. The applications that come for these medical schools are usually very thick, and we have to do our due diligence as a people, because, of course, you don't want any fraudsters or any persons who are not above and beyond reproach to set up themselves here in the Virgin Islands, because, of course, that'll be a negative reflection on our jurisdiction. So like the leader of the opposition said, once you can do the work, this government, under the leadership of Honorable Andrew Foy, has worked for you. And I don't know if I've seen a government as mature as this one led by Honorable Andrew Foy in making use of talents across the board, you know, regardless of relationships politically, etc. Once persons can work, we're willing to work with you to build, because it's beyond us, Mr. Speaker. It is about the people of the territory. And Dr. Richardson has done good work, and we commend him for that, and he will certainly continue. We have some other good members on the Higher Education Licensing Board as well, Mr. Speaker. I'm trying to bring it up here. I had it up, but my computer timed out. But I want to tell the honorable member for the 4th District some of the other names we have on the Higher Education Licensing Board. It's disappeared on me. Just give me 1 second, Mr. Speaker, but I can perhaps speak about the ones I remember so far. We have the Deputy Chairman is Dr. Cal Dawson. We also have Mr. Andy Bickerton, who's an accountant, and he served on the board as well previously and did a good job. And we retained him there. We also have the pick from the leader of the opposition, which is Mr. John Black, who also performed very well. And of course, the leader of opposition chose to keep him there, which is a good decision on the leader of opposition's part. He has done well. We also have Mitzi Ellis Simpson, who the board requires a business person to be there, actually 2 business persons to be there, one from the leader of opposition and one from myself. And we also have Mr. Nelson Samuel, a legal practitioner. The board also is required a legal practitioner as well. Hopefully I haven't missed anyone. That seems to be it, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Richardson, we are confident in his abilities, and so I'm grateful to bring this motion to the House of Assembly, and I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Has been moved and seconded. It was seconded already by the Natural Resources Minister. I mean, members are not paying attention. Yeah, it was seconded. The question, therefore, before the House is to adopt Dr. Arthur G. Richardson as chairman of the Education Board. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, the motion is passed. Okay, honorable members, moving right along with the order of the day and the renumbering, we now move back to page 2. Sorry, page 3, which Roman numeral 1 will became number 6. Therefore, we'll be dealing with a bill. I therefore call upon the Minister for Health and Social Development, the Honorable Carvin Malone.
Thank you very much. I think it's a bit of brilliance that this should come immediately after the Higher Education Licensing Act 2016. I don't know if it was planned that way, but it's quite fortunate that it was. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second and third reading of the bill entitled Nurses and Midwives Act 2020. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill, shortly entitled Nurses and Midwives Act 2020, be read a second time. And as I move, I would like to introduce the reasons for this at this time. Mr. Speaker, when one speaks of the history of healthcare in the British Virgin Islands, by extension, they are speaking of the history of nursing in the British Virgin Islands. Nursing has been well accepted as a most noble, most righteous, most principled profession. Florence Nightingale, the founder of nursing, in her environmental theory defined nursing as the act of utilizing the environment of the patient to assist him or her in their recovery. She identified 5 environmental factors: fresh air, pure water, efficient drainage, cleanliness or sanitation, and light or direct sunlight. I take a strong view that none of these healthcare legislations, of which I have been afforded the opportunity to introduce and pass in this honorable House, are of my own making. for I have only been here 19 months, 1 month past a year and a half. So it is tribute to all of the officials, all of the persons, all of those who have sat in this house before and are now seeing this come to play. Another strong view is that our history must be properly recorded, documented, and taught at our learning institutions. It is for these views that I have invited, and they have accepted, to be present among us Ms. Norma Benjamin, of whom you'll hear more about, the author of this book called Nursing in the Virgin Islands, a historic perspective, 1920 to 2017. We'll hear more about it, and it is one in which we would be able to, I'm going to speak more about it. We have Ms. Jacinth Hannibal, the Chief Nursing Officer, here with us. Can they be afforded the opportunity to sit closer on the benches? Yes, please. Can you? You can take a seat further up. In the gallery. We have Ms. Sylvester, the nursing director, Ms. Gail Scotland, president of the Nursing Association, Ms. Roberta Ephraim, nominated chairman as we speak. I've also invited, I'm not sure if they were able to, they were attending classes, the representatives from the 37 member students who had the summer program, of which member pledged their support. We'll talk about that at another time. But, Mr. Speaker, when one is receiving health care, and we have other persons because the PS is here and from my office, so we'll have an opportunity to have each of the persons be fully identified. Mr. Speaker, when one is receiving health care services, they likely will receive care from a registered nurse, a licensed practical nurse, or from a certified nursing assistant. They all work as part of the healthcare delivery team to offer services to those in need. Of course, these various nursing professionals will generally offer the first line of direct patient care, and they represent a major part of overall healthcare delivery. Nursing is defined by Virginia Henderson, a nursing theorist, as primarily helping people in the performance of those activities contributing to health or recovery that would perform unaided if they had the necessary strength and the will or knowledge. Mr. Speaker, in the book of which I spoke earlier, when we look at all of what the history, we spoke of, unless you record your history, it will be told for you. And it was not meant, basically, you wouldn't have it recorded in a way that you may well remember it. So when Ms. Norma Benjamin brought this book to the ministry, it was their Honorable, to Honorable Carvin Malone, enjoy as you read the rich history. So I'm not sure if she would have even thought about it being recanted here at this particular time. But here we are. Mr. Speaker, on page 35 of this, and I'll go through it only because if we don't repeat some of these things, then there are a number of persons who will never know because they would not go back. I'm going to make an offer of which I know that members will support again. In the early 1900s, persons living in the rural areas of the mainland Tortola and outer islands of the Virgin Islands had limited access to health care. There was no organized healthcare system in the islands. Economic activities consisted of small-scale agriculture, fishing, charcoal burning, and the rearing of livestock. Compared to today's standards, it was a rather simple way of life. Most women give birth to their children aided by midwives or grannies, as we are called, at home under conditions that were often far from ideal. Space was limited, furnishings scarce, and water supplies inadequate. The name Granny was given to those women for their children's sake as a measure of respect for those persons. Mr. Speaker, on page 43, it really sets out some of the stuff that we had because we had to record our history. So on page 43, it says that the midwife ordinance, Cap 176, the regulations dated 26 January 1955, had specific regulatory laws governing the practice of, and I think I'm pronouncing this right, midwifery. Thank you. See, I got my nod from the back. So when I looked at the registrar of what we have, I looked, and in the book, it basically set out that they have a Virgin Islands midwives published in the Leeward Islands Gazette of 1955. So there are names and the villages and the addresses, right? So we have Mary Louise Davies, Iris O'Neill, Iris Muriel Penn. Then we have Emily Bradford, Victoria Cricky, Elizabeth Donovan, Christensia Freeman, of which Ms. Benjamin speaks proudly of. We had Rosa Malone, Rosalind Penn, and Tryphena, I think, Sprov. Tryphena Sprov. And Mr. Speaker, we speak now of the Midwives Board that was established in 1963. So who were the first here amongst those? Dr. Q.W. Osborne, Honorable J.O. Georges, Mrs. Mary O'Neill, the matron of the hospital was a member, and Miss Yolande Scott. So these are persons, unless the history was written, recorded, and it would have to be taught, people will not know about. They see it today and think that everything was rosy and dandy way back. But at the end of the day, when we look at this, so if we talk about the history of nursing, 1920 to 2017, we are now at 2020, we have 100 years of history of nursing. The original Peebles Hospital was completed in 1922. We've already indicated that we would be celebrating the 100th anniversary of Peebles Hospital. We hear that it was a cottage hospital first. And we heard, based on history, how that came to be. They had some cottages down on the flat. They took them apart, took them to the site, erected them there. A cottage hospital. So at the end of the day, the history is important for what we have to look at and make sure that it is known, because we have come a long way. It was just on Tuesday that we recognized that we have the accreditation, DMV-GL. It is important to know from whence we came. The history of medical service is the history of nursing, and so too it will be. 2020 have been declared the International Year of the Nurse and Midwife. And I had done a recording earlier in the year, and it says that Honorable Malone was lending his voice to the World Health Organization declaration of the year 2020 as the International Year of Nurse and Midwife. Honorable Malone said, the history of health and social development will work closely with the British Virgin Islands. The Ministry of Health and Social Development will work closely with the British Virgin Islands Nurses Association and other partners to create a long-lasting boost its professional status and make it sustainable in the future. The health minister added, we believe that developing nursing and midwifery and allowing nurses and midwives to work to their full potential are one of the most important things we can do to improve health. They are too often undervalued and unable to work to the top of their license, an extraordinary waste of talent and resources. Honorable Malone further stated that the Territory is committed to introduce legislations that will recognize and empower nurses to function in enhanced capacities as nurse practitioners and other advanced practice designations. So we're here today. Mr. Speaker, nurses and midwives have and continue to be the cornerstone of healthcare the world over. These professions touch humanity in every aspect, from preconception through birth to death, and every stage that lies in between. It is for this reason, the intimacy of nursing's involvement in human life, that the appropriate regulations and monitoring of the profession is crucial. Nurses undergo vigorous training in the schools of nursing, often culminating with a bachelor's degree in nursing. Graduation is the first step in becoming a nurse. Thereafter, the individual must pass an examination by a board of nursing which measures the individual's ability to administer safe care. This examination enables a nurse to seek registration and license to practice as a professional nurse. Without being licensed to practice, the public cannot be assured of the safety of the care being dispensed. Regulating the training of nursing regulating the training of nursing, ensuring that a standard is maintained, issuing licenses, ensuring continuing professional education, and disciplining a professional when necessary are all domains of the regulatory body. The Nurses and Midwives Bill 2020 seeks to regularize several anomalies found in the current legislation and makes adjustments to bring it into line with regional and international guidelines for nursing and midwifery regulation. This includes the regularizing of the category of other nurses, making allowances for the registration of advanced practice nurses, separating the processes of registration and licensure, and providing for different dental counsel. As the Territory moves, Mr. Speaker, to re-engineering primary care, this category of nursing is poised to offer services in this area with vaccinations, counseling, maternal and child health and chronic disease management. Many of our local nurses are educated at the advanced level and may like to return home to contribute. However, not being able to register, to license, and practice at the advanced levels make the prospect unattractive to most. This bill, if possible, makes it possible to register and license advanced practice nurses, enabling them to practice at the upper levels of their training and skills, and the Territory can only benefit. Mr. Speaker, advanced practice nurses include registered nurse practitioner, designated NP, registered nurse and anesthesiologist, RNA, That's correct. Clinical nurse specialist, CNS, registered public health nurse, PHN. And number 2, Mr. Speaker, it provides for the certification/regulation of assistive nursing personnel. The Act also provides a regulation of assistive nursing personnel. These are persons who practice in the community, perform some nursing tasks without any regulation. The Nurses and Midwife Council will now be charged with the regulation of these categories of staff, ensuring that they are certified to perform safely. These groups include the licensed practice nurse, LPN, the nursing assistant, the NA, the nurse technician, NT, nurse's aide, CNA, patient care assistant, PCA, patient care technician, PCT. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, it corrects the anomalies in the current Act. A, it separates the processes of registration and licensure. Currently, the Act only speaks to registration of a nurse or midwife. This is the initial process in which a nurse or midwife is found eligible to be entered into a registry. Therefore, the nurse is expected to be licensed periodically and to keep the license current. The current Act is silent on licensures, and this is one of the anomalies that are corrected in the proposed bill. It provides, B, for provisional and temporary licensing and for inactivating and reactivating a license. Number C, it provides for the conduct of disciplinary proceedings and for related matters. It provides also, Mr. Speaker, for expanded definitions on the various categories of registrants. Number 4, in this, Mr. Speaker, it allows for the Nursing and Midwifery Council to consult on the establishment of educational programs in nursing. The Council will assist with all educational institutions, hospitals, persons, or organizations on matters pertaining to nursing, midwifery, and assistive nursing education, training, and practice, and to assist nursing schools and other educational institutions when requested in the development of curricula for nursing education. This ensures that training is linked to registration and licensure, and that the standard of practice is consistent to the benchmarks set by the Council for safe practice. Mr. Speaker, this will correct the current gap where persons trained at our local college will be considered for registration, certification by the Council, opening up employment and possibilities to them at a wider scale. Number 5, Mr. Speaker, this bill provides processes and procedures for the disciplining of a registrant. Unfortunately, there may be times when a registrant needs to be disciplined. The proposed Act set out clear guidelines to follow in the discipline of a nurse, midwife, or assistive nursing professional or personnel. These grounds include professional misconduct, poor professional performance, non-compliance with code of professional conduct, illness, or disability rendering such persons unfit to practice nursing, midwifery, or assistive nursing, a failure to comply with any conditions under his or her license, a contravention of a provision of this Act, or any rules or regulations made under this Act. Mr. Speaker, and it also provides for an irregularity in relation to the custody, to the prescription of supply of a controlled drug or another drug that is likely to be abused, and 8, a conviction in the territory of an indictable offense or a conviction outside the territory for an offense consisting of acts or omission that, if done or made in the territory, would constitute an indictable offense. Mr. Speaker, this legislation, when brought into force, will bring the regulation of nursing in the territory in line with international practice and will set the platform for the furtherance of nursing in the territory. This being the International Year of the Nurse and Midwife, with the focus being to enable the greater participation and contribution of nurses and midwives to the health care of countries, it is the perfect time to introduce this piece of legislation. It falls right in line with ensuring that nurses and midwives are able to practice at the top of their license and training, bringing much needed care to those in need. If we speak, Mr. Speaker, of the progression and contributions to the development, in 2013, the Nurses and Midwife Councils, under the chairmanship of Ms. Vesely McTavish and with Mrs. Burnett Scatliff as Chief Nursing and Registrar, submitted recommendations to the Ministry of Health to amend the 2009 legislation as it needed to be broadened in scope and presented some irregularities that were not in keeping with international nursing regulations. This made it difficult for nurses to be registered in the territory to practice for nurses, to be registered in the territory to practice at the levels that they were trained. For instance, a licensed practical nurse in the United States could only be registered here as a nursing assistant. Likewise, an advanced practice nurse could only be licensed as a registered nurse. Most were reluctant to accept this demotion in practice scope and responsibility, and this presented a challenge, especially when recruiting nurses to return home. In 2015, actual work began with research and drafting the legislation. This was under the chairmanship of Emerald Pemberton and Jacinth Hannibals as Chief Nursing Officer and Registrar. Work continued through 2016 with regional consultation through the regional nursing body of CARICOM and local consultation, and eventually a draft bill was submitted. Persons who worked significantly with this bill include Ms. Sylvia Wisdom, of who we spoke of earlier, Ms. Sandy Underhill, Ms. Gloria Foy, who was a past council member, Ms. Gretchen Hart-Penn, past director of nursing, Ms. Commission, nursing consultant, Dr. Oscar Ocho, head of the UWI School of Nursing in Trinidad, and other colleagues in the regional nursing body and the BVI Nurses Association. We thank Ms. Bina Solomon of the Attorney General's Chambers for the assistance given through this process. She has been a guiding star throughout many legislations for which we ended up here through this particular process. The council currently has members. The members consist currently Ms. Roberta Ephraim as nominated chairman, Ms. Emerald Pemberton as chairman. She, I think, has retired in that position. Members, Mrs. Etelspan, Ms. Maureen Smith Cricky, Ms. Cherry Ann George Smith, Ms. Shanice Leonard, and Registrar, Ms. Jacinth Hannibal, and Secretary, Ms. Rainier Powell. Mr. Speaker, when we speak of development of health care, I've stated here before, I'll state again, we have expended over $200 million in the past 10 to 15 years in the development of infrastructure, in buildings, in furnitures, in equipment. We contribute $42 million per annum to the operations of the healthcare system. For that amount of money, it is not unwise, it is not unreasonable to ask for the best in primary and secondary care. We are on our way there. There's a lot of work to be done, And as I look from time to time, because I walk around with all of the contributions and the goals of the ministry, because you may not know this, but from the Ministry of Health and Social Development, we have 5 24-hour operations, of which we are empowered to make sure that they run effectively. They touch every sphere of your life. HSA is only one. Adina Donovan Home and the Home of the Aged in actually Virgin Gorda, that's 2. Number 3, we have the HM Prison. 4, the Safe Haven Transitional Center, and we have Rainbow Children Home. So when we are asked, because these are tough times, but when we are asked to cut the budget by another $5 or $6 or $7 million, it goes to the heart of programs. We have to be mindful that these are institutions that their doors cannot close. So we're going to do what is necessary, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we have all of the legislations brought up to date. Here we have a legislation passed in 55, 63. It was passed in 2009. It was passed, I think it was 79, 2009. And here we are. We're going to push a button, but it was not because I was in here for 19 months. It was because a lot of work has been done to get this to where it is. So we can't hold any notion that this happened only because we are here. But we must push it forward. So too, must we bring the Health Services Authority Act up to date, 2004, the Antibiotics and Therapeutical Substances Act up to date, the Cemeteries Act, the Children and Young Persons, the Coroners Act, the Private Hospitals, Infectious Disease Act, the Prohibition Against Importation, Prohibition, Epidemic Diseases Ordinance up to date. We must bring the Mental Health Act of 2014 up to date. We must bring all of these legislation, private hospitals and ordinance up to date. We must bring all of these up to date. 36 legislations, 50 regulations, 35 policies. The Attorney General Chambers, no doubt they had to rename it the AG Chambers for Health and Social Development. Because we have most of the legislations embodied right here in this. But more important, they touch everyday lives. And unless we get it right, Mr. Speaker, we would be waiting and longing for a long period. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. Accreditation is just the beginning. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and we must be able to do this. And the team that has allowed themselves to be here today, the permanent secretary, my private secretary, the entire HSA, the public health department, our entire team behind this, and all towards one goal, making sure that this territory get the best healthcare system known to the region and the world. So I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And while I'm on my feet, I'll make my brief contribution. I fully support this, and I think, Mr. Speaker, it couldn't have been brought by a better minister. He gave us a comprehensive overview of the whole medical institution here in the BVI. He would say consultative, but he's usually very exhaustive. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to see this bill brought before the House, because I'm reminded of a different time when it came to medical care in this territory. I grew up in a time when we didn't have doctors, and I've heard of stories when doctors came to the Sister Islands very, very infrequently. Sometimes I've been told stories, you saw doctors once every month, sometimes once every 3 months, sometimes once every 5 months, depending on the state of the seas. And so, Mr. Speaker, we had to depend on the midwives of the day and the bush doctors of the day to help us with our medical situations. I don't know how we manage. But I remember my grandmother was one of the local bush doctors in the village, and where they got their knowledge from, I don't know, but they had a remedy for anything that could ail you. You got a nail in your foot, they had their garlic and their salt and this and that. You got CX in your toe, they had their hot candle. And they went even deeper, you had various internal situations. They could tell you, go across the hill over there, pick that bush, go down by the valley, pick that bush down there, then go across over there, pick that one, use an odd number, 2 of this, 3 of that, take it 2 days on the road, 4 they come back, and all these kind of things. And I'm glad that the member brought the book outlining the history of nurses and midwifery in the BVI. Because you often hear those who forget the history are often condemned to repeat it. I was pleased to see that the Sister Islands were not left out. I haven't read the book, I have to admit. I have to get my copy. I told the minister yesterday. I was hoping to get a complimentary copy, but I guess I have to buy one. But I have to read that book because I think that information is incredibly important for the younger person to understand from whence we came. I was happy to hear names like Tropina Sprouse from the North Sound, others like Adita and Adina, and many names like that. Names almost forgotten to history, save for the book then. I hope the names are reflected in that book. Miss Lola George, whose house the doctors used many times when they went to North Sound. I've heard these stories. You come out to the valley, folks like Miss Frances George, Esther O'Neill, the mother of the late Ralph T. O'Neill, and later on, Iris O'Neill, persons who went around on horseback from house to house. And that led to where we are today. When you go into the Orlando Smith Hospital, it's a pleasure being in there. If you are blindfolded and taken in there, you would swear you're somewhere in Puerto Rico or Miami. So the persons who are being born today, if they don't record this history, they would think it was always so. Mr. Speaker, I would bet you within the last 30 years, there was hardly a single child born in the BVI outside of Tortola, and specifically Road Town. We had one recently, but that was an accident. The child came a bit early, so the child was born virgin order. That was the first one in a very long time, actually born on the island of Virgin Gorda. Then, of course, you had over in Anegada historical figures like Nurse Romelia Smith, the only nurse on the island for many, many years, something like 26 years, delivering babies, taking care of the entire community. These things cannot be lost, Mr. Speaker, to history. So I'm really happy to see this act being brought before the House. And I was going through it, and I think I shut down. But one of the things I'm very, very happy to see in the act is a register of nurses. Back in the day, when it was just mainly local community, everybody knew who the local nurse was. But when you have a country like ours moving forward, and we have a proliferation of various persons coming in, our register makes it more transparent and gives it more credibility. You can actually check the credential of persons now. Hopefully the register will be made public, like all other registers. The persons can go and check and see the number of nurses, where they are, the qualifications, their areas of specialty, and so forth. This is progress, Mr. Speaker. We have to make sure the health of our people is properly looked after. Because if you don't have your health, Mr. Speaker, nothing else really matters. And I'm happy to see that since the lockdown in March, there are a lot more persons out walking in the mornings. And I must thank West and his team in Virgin Gorda for putting those, and the minister, for putting extra lights on the Baths Road. Because a lot of persons are walking to get healthier. But you have to walk early before work, and sometimes it's dark, or after work, and it's dark. So there was a request to have extra lights put on that road. It's a nice, challenging road. But it was dark, and some of the persons who would have wanted to walk did not feel comfortable walking there. But effective tonight, you can walk there in peace. Nothing can hide because it's all lit up, nearly every pole going across there. It'll be like day over there. It's so bright now. So I'm looking forward to walking there. I don't normally walk there myself, but I'm looking forward to walking there just to see what it's like. We have an extra few hours thanks to the Minister of Health. I can go over there tonight before 8 o'clock. Just to take a little peep and see what's going on. Mr. Speaker, I would like to see, though, more young people exercising. Because now they're doing homeschooling, they're not playing as much. We need to see more younger persons walking. We have to look after our health, and when they're home sitting all day and so forth, it does not lead to good health. And I must again commend the Minister for the CHIP program, the Complete Health Improvement Program, and I saw a few others coming on stream, and persons are eating more locally grown food. We're on the right track, Mr. Speaker. We really are on the right track. So this register that this act is proposing, I fully support that. I support everything the minister has done. I want to thank him for his very, very timely. It happened at a very good time too. He just had accreditation of the hospital almost 2 days ago. It's all over Facebook now. The minister likes to post everything. I'm not sure where you get that from. But that's a big move. That's progress, Mr. Speaker. That is real progress. We cannot take the health of our people very, very lightly. A healthy nation is a prosperous nation. Once you get more into the preventative situations, then you could spend less money on healthcare and put that money into other areas. We cannot be spending all this money into health. We want to put more into health prevention, preventative medicine, as opposed to treating the ailments. I look forward to the other clinics coming up on stream. The Nonson Clinic, I'm told, is not fully where it needs to be. And Agada is still calling for a full-time doctor. Eros O'Neill Clinic is coming along, a few more things to do. I've seen the cries. We're working on it. We're working on it. We're going to get there. Have no fear. We're going to get there. Day by day, step by step. It's not the size of a step, Mr. Speaker. I've always said that. We're still going through a pandemic. The world is still in turmoil, but we must march on. If we can't make big steps, we make small steps. But always, Mr. Speaker, in the right direction. And that is key. I want, Mr. Speaker, to really commend all the PAs, midwives, and nurses, persons who dedicate their entire life looking after the well-being of this territory, sometimes under less than ideal, sometimes dire circumstances. You can imagine Nurse Iris O'Neill going from the valley to North Sound on a horseback. I listened to her story once. She was saying sometimes the trees was covered with dirt roads, so when a horse passed under the trees, she had to be brushing the trees so they don't knock her off the horse. But she had to get to the patient. She had to get to those patients when they were sick. When morning, noon, or night, you have your lantern going through the dark to deliver those babies. Mr. Speaker, I was one of them. I was born 5 o'clock on a Friday morning. It was dark. But the nurse was there, making sure I could come into the world safely to be here today. And here I am, thanks to the midwife of the day. So, Mr. Speaker, we should not forget the sacrifices that those older nurses, the modern nurses, they're really good. They jump in a car and they drive to the hospital, and then the patients come to them. But it wasn't always so. Sometimes the nurses had to walk to the patients or go by horseback. Today, we live in a modern time and we respect that, but we should never forget how we got to where we got to and who helped us, Mr. Speaker, to get to this point. Those midwives. So to see a modern legislation now take it to the next level, because that's our responsibility. They sacrificed for us so we could make this territory better. apart from the love of doing good, they did their part so we could be healthy and strong to come here so we can do our part to take this territory to the next level. But we are on the shoulders of those giants. I called a few a while ago. And there are others in every single district. There were these nurses, these lifesavers, who made sure healthy babies came into this world. And they did their best to save as many as they could save. Of course, they didn't save all, but they did their utmost best so we could beat it where we are today, to take it to the next level. So I salute all the midwives and all the nurses who've given of their talent and of their time to keep this country healthy. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words there, I fully support this act, and I will now take my seat. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. The bill Nurses and Midwife Act 2020 has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate. I recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in full support of this bill entitled Nurses and Midwives Act. Mr. Speaker, though the mover of the bill had a moderately comprehensive introduction, I mean, he basically highlighted just about every and anything pertaining to this bill, history lesson, and all that it pertains. And Mr. Speaker, as he mentioned his entire team that is here today, I too want to salute them and acknowledge them for their hard work and their commitment for what is happening and for getting this bill here and for the work that they have done along with the minister. Because I remember in cabinet last year, I think it was when this came, I think it was November, just about a year, when this came to cabinet. You know, I was looking at it and I said, we still have midwives. I wasn't aware that we still have midwives in our territory. Because, Mr. Speaker, being that I'm young in the house, you know, I always reflect on my grandparents. I grew up with my grandparents, and I always hear my grandma speak about the midwives. She had she delivered 14 children. She had 14 children, but 10 survived. And all of her children were delivered by midwives. And Mr. Speaker, when this bill came to cabinet for approval, we were just coming off the heels of a festival. And I remember my cousin doing a presentation pertaining to a tribute to midwives. And Mr. Speaker, I had to get it from her, and I'll actually read the tribute pertaining to what she performed to midwives. And you know, it was a moment where I was like, wow, this takes me back, because I always hear my grandparents talk about, without the technology and the means of telephones and so forth, how you would call out to the midwives and so forth. So, I acknowledge them and I appreciate them, because without the midwives, I would not be here today. And even my aunt, Honorable DeCastro, her mom was delivered by a midwife, and that is Rochelle's grandma. So, it has the history there. Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that the backbone and the foundation of any health care would be nurses and midwives. And I'm happy to see that this bill here we had other amendments to this bill, but we are now amalgamating this bill into one, where we'll have now a more modern framework, where we'll have the various categories for nurses and midwives, and the registry, and so forth. And Mr. Speaker, we know that we have this, we've sent away, and we have a lot of BV Islanders that went away to study nursing, and, you know, they always say that, you know, we can't be coming back to all fit in and be lumped into one category of nursing when, you know, there are so many different categories of nursing. And I heard the minister mention quite a few of them. So I just, you know, quickly did a brief search, and I saw where we have, I could call out about 25 categories quickly. We had RN, they're registered nurse, licensed practical nurse, LPN, medical surgical nurse, intensive care unit, registered nurse, nurse practitioner, travel nurse, emergency room nurse, nursing assistant, operating room nurse, nurse care, case manager, home health care, health nurse, neonatal intensive care unit nurse, staff nurse, labor and delivery nurse, oncology nurse, nurse manager, telemetry nurse, pediatric nurse, and, you know, quite a few of them, and I know there's a whole lot more. Radiology, school nurse, nurse anesthesiast, and so forth. So the categories are vast. And, you know, we have persons that go away and do the various studies, and, you know, I'm proud to see that now they'll be able to be fit into the right category of nurse. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, as I mentioned, my full support for this bill. And, you know, we do look forward. I do look forward to seeing who are still midwives in our territory, because, you know, I know from where I came, and it'll be good to see. And I heard the member for the 9th speak about the nurses, how he was delivered at 5 a.m. It sounded like he was right there, and it's still there. So, you know, we know the whole history, and I know I also have the list of all the midwives. And, you know, I'll read them out because it's quite important based on, I think, the information that came from the same book. And, Mr. Speaker, with that contribution, I want to make this tribute and permit me to read basically what was prepared by Rochelle Smith as she performed it on Sunday, August 4th, 2019. And, Mr. Speaker, this is her words, and I'll be reading her words. She said, "Today I want to give tribute to the grannies, the midwives who, from before the 1920s to the 1960s, literally helped to bring generation of BV Islanders into this world. They had no medical training except from their own experiences, but they were able to assist women in their communities during their travails. Nowadays, I hear you all have 11 people in a hospital room with all kinds of shiny equipment. Well, it was me, Father God, and a midwife named, I call Cousin Silly, in the chamber. And Cousin Silly actually delivered my Aunt Violet, Sherry's mom. And this one and all the others, all 10 of them, came out just fine, thank God. It all started with a call, not a WhatsApp call or a cell phone call, but sometimes a literal call across the hill. Cause silly, come, come. In this case, when I feel myself going, night had done set in, and the husband of mine sent 2 of the older boys for cousin Silly. Them turned off full speed to the night with just a flambeau to light their way. And they had to go across Pompey Level and down to the holler before they reached cousin Silly in Soldiers Hill. 2 tools, they were back. They said from the time they knock on the door and call out, they hear her say, "Oh, cuz are ready. I come in." Next thing they know, cuz Silly was outside with her cloak on, her hat on her head, and her bag in her hand. She took the flambeau, and it looked like them boys had the devil to keep up with her coming back across the level. The level was just the hillside. The level. By the time she reached, I was in the chamber under pain. She come in, washed her hands, and got to work. Cuz Silly checked me and realized that the time was near, so she coaxed me with encouraging words. We were there for a few more hours before my little one made her appearance, and when she came out, the first person she saw was cuz Silly. She checked the child good, and then cut the navel string. These days, everything have to be sterilized, pasteurized, magnetized, but it was just so hard to tie it off. By the time we get through, the sun was coming up. As customary, once she determined that the child was healthy and otherwise fine, the midwife tended to me as the mother first. At first, she dealt with the afterbirth, cleaned me up, and made me comfortable with a cup of tea. Then she tended to the child, which included putting on the belly band to ensure that the navel healed properly. These days, that practice isn't bothered with, but in those days, it was the way to ensure that the navel healed properly. A belly band was made for the child again from the flour bag, and the child wore it for 3 months. The mother had her band too, you know. You think these waist trainers I wearing these days taking a breath and making I faint away is a new thing? No, sir. In them times after you get bored, you had to bend your belly to make sure your body parts, especially your back, heal from the labor process. And that belly band, often another piece of flour bag material, was worn for at least a month. What a blessing a flour bag was in those days. When cousin Silly finished tending to me and the child, it was high morning. She made sure we were all right before she went home to tend to her own husband and her children. But that wasn't the last we would see of her. Of course, I had my lining time. Now, when I used to hear my grandmother speak about lining, if you're in lining, I used to wonder what it meant. She said I had my lining time. 9 days, I had to stay in my bed. Thank God I had my older girls to cook and mind the house for me. But every morning, bright and early, cousin Silly was there to look after me and the baby. She would bathe the baba, taking special care to clean and powder the navel and make sure that the belly band was properly tied. Then she would look after me. She also made sure my girls were washing the baby clothes well and keeping everything fire clean. 3 days after the birth, she made a drink to clean me out, as she put it. Lord have mercy. I don't know what was in it, but it had castor oil, some brandy, and milk to clean me out, and it did. She told me all of that was to help my body catch itself. She kept coming every day as me and the baba grew stronger and stronger, On the 9th day, she boiled a bush back for me out of several different bush. I don't know what all the bushes were, but they included soursop, bay wine, and some others. First, she gave me some out of it to drink with a touch of pan salt and a little cane rum. Then around midday, she gave me a warm bath with a balance of the backwater. Afterwards, she massaged and stretched my whole body to make sure that everything was back in line. Once she was satisfied with my body, that my body was in order, she gave me the okay to end the line-in period and for me to return to my daily duties, which now included the care of my newborn. These days, there's big money for baby delivery and doctoring on a whole. But in them times, things was hard. And people like Cousin Silly did what they did to help their community, and not for a dollar, not for a financial gain. My household had nothing to give her other than a few hand of banana and some tulama from my husband's ground. But she received them gratefully. Thanks to Cousin Silly and God, I have a healthy child. What a sweet little thing she is. The midwife referred to in this piece is Rochelle's grandmother, Sylvanita Reimer, who assisted several women in Soldiers Hill and the surrounding areas delivering childbirth. There are several men and women in the BVI today who I can proudly say my grandmother guided into this world. And she was just one of the many grannies around the BVI who did what they could to help others at a critical time. As I mentioned, some of the midwives, there's a list here, and I'll start from Anegada. They had Angelina Valak, Camilla Wells, Mary White, Leslie Potter, Francois Vanterpool, Agnes Smith. Virgin Garda was Trifina George, Adita Sprav, Francis George, Caroline Kunz, Esther O'Neill. Just Van Dyke, we had Rose Shinnery, Anna Calwood Milner, Julia Hatchett, Delorita Juanita Hendrickson, Nee Hatchett. From the western end, we had Belvina Crook, Anna Dawson, a.k.a. Lilanti, Elizabeth Donovan, a.k.a. Betty Blue, Juliana Calwood, a.k.a. Lady Allegra Donovan, no, a.k.a. Lady. Then we had Allegra Donovan, Elizabeth Leonard, a.k.a. Mama Betty, Christiana Smith, a.k.a. Shanna, Charlotte Hyman Hodge, a.k.a. Friend Dolly, Dolly Tadman, a.k.a. Friend Dolly, Teresa Tete Blyden. In Seacoasbury, we had Anna Scatliff, Nibs, Brunette Forbes, Sarah Martin, Margaret Nibs, Agatha Forbes, Galante Mactavius. Eastern, we had Martha Dawn, Mary Magdalene, Micey, Rosamond Malone, Rosalind Penn, Celestine Thomas, Caroline Rapsat, a.k.a. Micey. In the Harrigan area, we had Leah Tadmon, Emily Brathwaite. Bruce Bay, King Anne, we had Manuelita Christopher and Catherine Yogerson. Soldiers Hill, we had Miss Sylvanita Reimer and Janie Henley. In the Bellevue area, we had Christiana Freeman, Catherine Hetherington Parrott, Katie Ben. And Mr. Speaker, those were the names that were listed. So, and I take this time to say their names because we are often quick to recite the names of Florence Nightingale, Clara Barton, and others. But we cannot afford to forget our own, the women who had no medical training but helped to deliver a nation. We cannot afford to forget them, and we cannot afford to drop the baton that they have passed to us. We need more literal and figurative midwives in the BVI. We need more nurses to help deliver us and treat us at our healthcare facilities. And we also need more women to take up the mantle of community building, to offer our skills and our time to make the BVI better. These ladies had nothing and delivered the world. We now have everything, and our legacy cannot be that we delivered nothing. And Mr. Speaker, out of Rochelle's contribution and her tribute, she acquired the information from Nurse Norma Benjamin's book, Nursing in the Virgin Islands, A Historical Perspective. And interviews were done by Adina Brathwaite of Carrot Bay and Mrs. Esme Stout of Ballast Bay. And she acknowledged them, and I also acknowledge them, and I acknowledge Rochelle Smith for this tribute, and I too associate myself with it. And Mr. Speaker, though it was a bit comprehensive, I thought it was necessary. And I again add my support to this bill. And though it is timely, no time like now. And I say thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 5th District for his contribution. Honourable members, will take one more speaker before we break for lunch. Therefore, you'll keep your eyes on that speaker for those who are ready for lunch. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 8th District, the Honourable Marlon A. Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I assure my honorable colleagues I wouldn't keep them more than an hour before they have their lunch. I'll try my utmost best. Mr. Speaker, on a serious note, this is a very, very important piece of legislation that we're here passing today. As you heard from the Minister, the mover of the motion, and the speakers before him and the Minister for Transportation, as they outline the contributions of nurses and midwives in the entire Virgin Islands, what they mean to the healthcare system, and the importance overall to all of us, because all of us are here because of a midwife or a nurse who is part of the delivery process, even now that doctors are doing the deliveries. And I really want to commend them for their service. I read a quote somewhere where it says that nurses are the hospitality of any hospital. And that is so accurate in terms of what they do to keep you calm when you're going through whatever you're going through at that time. I remember as a young man growing up in the St. Lawrence community. I mean, we weren't like these boys today where they sit behind a TV all day playing Nintendo and playing PlayStation, all other things that they do. We were on the road. We were out on the sea, out Great Rock. I had to take my son and my nephews out there someday ago just to show them what we did growing up. And when you're adventurous, and I did, a certain fellow say I got comb, but I'll leave that there. When we were adventurous, you oftentimes have certain injuries. And I can remember one time getting a fish hook from a fish, among many of the other injuries that I had. And we were always fortunate to have, no matter what time of day it was, to be able to go to Nurse Nora Mans. And she would do whatever she has to do, whatever little tools she had to mend us and patch us up after our injuries. I have very few scars because of the dedication to detail and the skill of those nurses back in the day. to really put all of us back together during the very various injuries that we received. So we've been fortunate in many ways. I'm not as senior as the minister and other members in this house, but my recollection of the nurses in our community has always been a positive one, and the role that they played in the healthcare system in our communities and in the wider Virgin Islands. And I think we really and truly need to commend them for their efforts. Nurse, I remember my cousin, Nurse Spam, who was my resident nurse in Paramtown, and all the other nurses in our community, Ms. Fred, Nurse Fred, my own aunt, Nurse Edwards, for all the work they do and all the nurses around this territory. I think the minister was very comprehensive in terms of the intent of the bill. We're actually repealing the 2009 Act and we're modernizing the legislative framework. It is important for us also to ensure that we have standards in anything that we do, in any profession that we do. And this legislation brings forth the necessary standards that are necessary to ensure the highest standard in the profession. We in particularly know, and before I move off of the nurses, I want to recognize them for the work they've done regionally and globally and locally with the pandemic. You're the ones who are most exposed to the effects of the pandemic. You're the ones who do the testing. You're the ones who deal with the patients when they're sick. You're the ones who put yourselves on the line and your family's health on the line to ensure that we remain healthy and safe in this territory. And we can never, ever repay you for the service that you render to us as a territory, as a nation. And I want to put that on the public record, that I acknowledge and appreciate you for the service you've rendered to us as a territory, now and in the past. So the importance of this legislation is to ensure that we have the framework and the structures necessary to move nursing into the 21st century and beyond. And as we have transitioned into, the minister made a statement on Tuesday, the importance that we've now in the process of accreditation, which is another red letter day in the life of BVI as it relates to healthcare and ensuring that we have the highest standards as it relates to healthcare in the territory, in the region, and even internationally. And that bodes well for all the persons who participated in this process. I know the minister is a great historian. I think he missed out a few people. I know that was inadvertently when he made his statement on Tuesday. But I really want to recognize the former ministers, in particularly our Ronnie Skelton, for his commitment and dedication to the healthcare system in this territory. I know Minister Skelton fought valiantly to ensure that the necessary funding was in place, not just for the building of the hospital, the completion of the hospital, but ensure that it has the necessary tools, software, equipment to facilitate the accreditation process. And I want to commend him and the team and the Ministry of Health for the work that they did to ensure that we were at this process, as well as the boards, the past boards. As I said earlier, under the Minister of Education's resolution, politics is a continuum. It's like a baton race. And there are many persons who have played their role in getting us to the various steps that we are right now at the current stage. And I want to commend the former chairman and board members of the Health Services Authority, John Ivan Klein, who I believe was there when they started the process towards accreditation, and Ms. Irina Glasgow. I think, save for Hurricanes Irma and Maria, we might have completed that process in 2018. And we know what happened in 2017. Be that as it may, the process was handed over. The minister and the team continued, all the team within the Health Services Authority, ensuring that that process continued and was completed, and the BVI and the people of the BVI are greater for it. And I want to commend all those persons for their service, for their diligence, for their commitment to healthcare in this territory, and commitment to the people of this territory. Because, as the minister said, unless you recount your history, it will be told for you. So I thought it was important to ensure that those persons who've made their contribution to this process were duly recognized for their contributions to the process for that whole issue of accreditation. So, Speaker, I also want to, and I'm happy that the member for the 5th District read out the names of the midwives. I was trying to recount the ones in my community. I remembered Miss Rosa Malone. I didn't know that Miss Nurse Iris was a midwife also, and I know she was a nurse, but I know now she was a midwife. But I just learned of the passing of one of a recent, I think today, passing of a midwife from my community, midwife and registered midwife and nurse, Veronica Bajan, who lived in the Greenland community, Lambert Greenland community. I want to express sincere condolence to her family, Clifton Bajan, her son, and her extended family on that loss. I know she made significant contributions to the industry. She worked lastly as an outpatient nurse at the Beaver Health Services Authority. I'm sure you guys miss your colleague and friend during this very difficult time, and I want to acknowledge her publicly and all the other nurses and midwives that have passed on and have served, the ones who are alive still and have served and continue to serve so valiantly in different capacities. I think we need to owe them a debt of gratitude and acknowledge their work, their efforts, and their sacrifice for us as a people and as a territory. I think, Minister, one of the areas that I want us to encourage is the continuous encouraging training of persons within this noble profession. I know Honorable Skelton started a program and they were pushing to get more of that done at the HLS Community College, Legislative Community College, and I know we need to rekindle that. We need to encourage more persons to get involved in the profession. To me, nurses are to healthcare what teachers are to education, and we have to ensure that we build the capacity. We need to appreciate them for their contributions more. We need to pay them. We need to pay them. And I think we don't pay them just like teachers. We need to value their contribution, not just with words, but monetary as well, because they make significant contribution to our daily lives and the lives and the health of our territory. And they need to be compensated accordingly. I know of a young, just recently registered nurse that we lost from my community, Carrie Ann Penn. She came back, wanted to contribute to her country, came back, wanted to work here, and she was swooped up by someone outside of the territory because they value the importance of nurses. We need to do the same and value our people. If we're going to spend money on educating them, we have to put the money towards ensuring that they work in the country and they work meaningfully. They earn a meaningful wage for the sacrifice that they make. So I want to put that on public record, that we need to do more to encourage and to support and remunerate our nurses in this profession. I have another half an hour, Ministers. But all in all, I just want to, I'll rest here, Speaker. I know we all are, time's past spent and we all are meaningful to get in the back. But again, I want to say, Minister, you have my full support on this legislation. I look forward to the conversation in committee to ensure that we get the best possible legislation for the territory, best possible legislation for the healthcare system, to ensure that we do right by the nurses and the midwives who've come a long way. And I want to also plug the book for Miss Norma Benjamin, Miss Benjamin. In fact, my first stint as minister, my short stint as Minister of Health, my first official duty was actually the launch of Ms. Benjamin's book. So I have a nicely rated copy too as well, Minister, with a nice signature inside. And I always enjoy reading the stories and the recollections in that book. I think it's a must-read and a must-have for every household in this territory to learn about the profession and learn about the sacrifices our nurses and midwives made throughout the years and the decades that they've served this territory and served the people of this territory. So, Minister, I so support and I look forward to the committee stages of this bill.
I thank the member for the 8th District for his contribution. Honorable members, we will take a recess until 3:15. That's 3:15. This honorable House is now in recess. Honorable members, this House resumes its sitting. We have two persons who have indicated they wish to make a contribution. I will start first with the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Shireen D. Flax Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise in support of the Nurses and Midwives Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to pay tribute to healthcare workers using excerpts from a speech I gave at an event at the Nurse Iris O'Neill Clinic a few months ago. Being a healthcare worker is a job that calls for the heart of a warrior, the patience of a mother, the calm of a priest, and the strength of an ox. I cannot even begin to imagine, Mr. Speaker, how the rigors of this medical profession were compounded on by the global threat of COVID-19. When I say I cannot imagine, I don't mean that just as a compliment or clever phrase in speaking. I meant that literally I cannot begin to fathom the immense task with which these nurses are faced every day to keep us healthy through it all. As I look at the familiar faces today, there is a truth that echoes inside me. I will never know what it is like to be the front line in the battle for a healthy community. And I must say, if my midnight visits to a hectic healthcare center have taught me anything, it is that maybe I do not want to know. Nurses, you are the foot soldiers that have held the line. You are the heroes that have guarded us against every manner of ailment, illness, and sometimes imagined sickness. We love and appreciate you, from the late hours you spend helping us rock our babies to sleep, to the little lies like, this will only sting a bit. A few minutes to speak about you and to express my gratitude is almost criminal. I came across a quote that says, nurses and doctors are the heart of healthcare. And I smiled because the nurses I have met are the heart, the hands, the voice, and everything in between, down to the comfortable shoes, as they say. So I want to end today by giving you a quote that is inspired by the memory of my aunt, Nurse Iris O'Neill. And I quote, "Are you doing good?" I know that the namesake of one of our modern healthcare facilities would have been pleased with the legacy that she has left behind in your passionate, tireless champion of the cause. My memories of Aunt Iris are reflected every time I see you bustling to complete task after task, knowing that your actions hold lives on the line and death at the bay. I see her spirit in you when you greet a child with a reassuring smile, even when you have been on your feet for hours. I see her unbreakable resolve in you when you stand firmly and sternly and give us the tongue lashings we sometimes deserve for our own health's sake. I am reminded of the need for us to continue on the legacy of our nation changers, building on their legacy and continuing down the path to a self-determined state. A legacy must start with a life. So never forget that in writing history, in building a nation, it is your work that gives ink to the pen. It is your work that sets the first stones. You are the most vital part of our survival because every day you do just that. Make sure we survive, grow, and thrive. I want each of you to keep being inspired to be nurses that leave an indelible mark on our community and territory through every life that you touch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the territorial member for her contribution. I recognize the representative for the 3rd District and senior member of the House, the Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, healthcare. I have a whole section on healthcare for today, Mr. Speaker. But for now, I'm going to deal with the men and women who have sacrificed their time and committed themselves to caring for our people, whether as a nurse or in the cases of the midwives. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend and pay tribute to those folks. Some are here with us, others are on the job, others are preparing to be on the job, who have sacrificed themselves to care for our people during these trying times of this pandemic. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, how many nurses could have done what people do normally, which is to call in sick out of fear of going to work to care for our people? I'm sure that there were times when some of the same nurses, family members who cared so much for them, would have said to them, "I'm worried about you. You sure you feel comfortable going to work?" And those nurses, they didn't only go to work, Mr. Speaker, but they worked overtime under conditions that none of us in this room would have understood, except for the nurses, what it meant to be in the midst of a healthcare facility where the possibility exists that someone there might have been contaminated or have contracted the virus. So, Mr. Speaker, there aren't enough words to express the gratitude that I and every one of us felt and continues to feel for the healthcare professionals. Mr. Speaker, I also want to commend the healthcare professionals, the nurses, the doctors, the administrators, and the government for their most recent accomplishment, which is the accreditation of the hospital. That's no small feat, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, it's not a small feat. If you would imagine, Mr. Speaker, in 1970, no one knew where Tortola was, where the BVI was, unless, of course, you were in the Drake's Channel or you were here. When you tell someone that you're from the BVI of the British Virgin Islands, the first thing that came to mind was Jamaica. That's not the case today, Mr. Speaker. The BVI has arrived for many reasons, some not so good. But let's talk about the good ones. Could you imagine that we have been able to establish a healthcare facility in this territory that can gain accreditation, just like any other hospital across the United States has gained accreditation. No small feat, Mr. Speaker. These are things that we should never take for granted. There are people who have worked tirelessly to ensure that this happened. They work behind the scenes, and there are those who work up front. And all credit cannot be given to the administrators, the pencil pushers who got this done. The bulk of this work was done on the ground, inside the facility, because monitoring took place, investigations took place, in order to make sure that this facility was worthy of this accreditation. Because you know what? If our hospital was to mess up, they're not just messing it up for themselves, Mr. Speaker, they're messing it up for all the other facilities that are accredited by this body. So it speaks volumes to the kind of people that we have in our facility and the kind of facility we have. Everyone knows that we have a state-of-the-art hospital. Now they know that we have state-of-the-art practitioners because they have been tried and tested. That's the good news, Mr. Speaker. The question is, can we keep it up? What are we going to do to make sure that that standard is kept? Can we allow our practitioners to sit on their laurels, Mr. Speaker? I would venture to say no, because the legislation that we are making is to ensure that standards are maintained. Standards are achievable, they're set, and they're maintained. Mr. Speaker, if I'm looking at what they say about accreditation. They say accreditation is a process of review that allows healthcare organizations to demonstrate their ability to meet regulatory requirements and standards established by a recognized accreditation organization such as ACHC. Accreditation reflects an agency's dedication and commitment to meeting standards and demonstrate a higher level of performance and patient care. It demonstrates a higher level of performance and patient care. Patient care. From time to time, and invariably, you would get a complaint from someone who has come across the services that are being given at a healthcare facility. And People's Hospital is no different. It happens there too. I forgot you changed your name. You changed your name. And your facility is no different either. And when someone comes to me and tell me as a legislator, and by the way, you're not going to find it written in any handbook, it's not in our standing orders, what the duties of a district representative are. But I do know that we are there to represent our constituents. And it is invariably in cases where they are disenfranchised by some government agency, we make representation on their behalf. So sometimes you would see a phone call coming in from one of us. We may not be happy because it's just one instance where this one individual has decided to tarnish the reputation of the facility or the organization. And we don't take kindly to that. It's unfortunate that the other 99.9% of the time that good service was meted out, and this accreditation speaks to the good service that you do, and that you give and you render. But it's that 0.001% of the time when one of our constituents would complain that they went to the hospital and someone wasn't kind to them. You would get a call from us. And I apologize for the fact that we don't call about the 99.9% of the time when you do good service, render good service. I apologize for that. But you're professionals. There's a thing about a professional is that he learns to deliver even without praise. You're supposed to be perfect. So don't feel bad about that one call you get, or that one complaint you get, and we somehow forgot to give you the praise for the good services that you render all the time. We know you are good people. For Christ's sake, you are our brothers or sisters, or brothers-in-law, sisters-in-law, so you're one of us. You're good people. So if we forgot to praise you, it's an oversight. Mr. Speaker, nursing. Do you know that at one time, our nurses in this territory were looked upon in basically the same way we looked at all the uniformed officers, the police, fire officers, nursing? Do you know that the same way police officers has a residence, fire officers has a residence, they're 24-hour services, the nurses have a residence. And government looked at nurses the same way they looked at these other uniformed officers that you see today. And that place they call Adina Donovan Home was the residence of the nurses. That's how much we care. Government after government after government care about the service that you render. Before the BVI Health Services was established, government had a program where nurses, or people, I should say, persons interested in nursing, were able to go where to study for nursing. They got scholarships. In the advent of the BVI Health Services Authority, I don't know what happened to the program. I am not sure what happened to the program. But I've always asked the question, what happens to a person who wants to study nursing? And I got all kinds of answers, the gobbledygook answer, and the abna. I didn't understand what the answer was. To this day, I don't understand what happens to a person who wishes to study nursing, to become a nurse. Is there an established scholarship program at the BVI Health Services Authority for individuals who want to study nursing? And those are the things that I'm concerned about. I just asked the minister what's the subvention for the BVI Health Services Authority. He told me it's $48 million. Okay, I'll take off 6, it says 42. When you're talking about millions of dollars and you're talking about $48 million or $42 million, the difference is so small you don't even think about it. What's $6 million when you're talking about $40 million? Nursing is a profession where it's being scavenged. No matter what part of the world you are, if you're a nurse, you're in high demand. And I'm not talking about high demand in the country in which you sit. I'm talking about around the world, globally you're in high demand. Can we in the Virgin Islands afford to compete with the rest of the world? No, the answer is no. So what's the next best thing for us to do? Isn't it to train our own people? I would submit to you that any Virgin Islander would rather be here than anywhere else in the world. I've seen it, I've proved it. I always get down on the people that go away to study. I said, you guys, I don't understand you. You can't stay away from this place. You get a break, you're back home. I watch these children when they go off to study. As soon as they get a break, they're back home. And they don't spend any time after they graduate overseas trying to get some experience, and they want to come back here. Now the question is, why is it that the ones that come back don't stay in the profession? Reason is because they're not being treated right. They need to take a lesson from the book in the House of Assembly. They need to take a page from the book in the House of Assembly. Take a guy like myself, for instance. Why do you think I'm here so long? Because I'm treated well. The Premier wasn't listening, so he didn't hear that. So I'm not going to get any additional projects in my district because he wasn't listening. We have to first ensure that this program is established to make sure that we train our people in nursing. And I don't mean a seat of the pants approach. I mean properly financed, because you can't lose. If you send a person off to study nursing, you got 20, 30, maybe no less than 30 years of service coming back to you, because this individual will definitely be graduating before they're 30. And if you can work to 65, there you go, you got 35 years of service. We cannot lose. And if you educate a local person for a job, there is no question that the territories benefit significantly more than it does when you have to bring someone in. Every cent of every dime the individual that you train makes will be reinvested in your economy. It's a no-brainer. It's simple common sense. I'm talking about the future of healthcare in the territory. I'm talking about the future for nursing in the territory. That's what I'm talking about. I see we have some local nurses who has attained retirement age and they have retired. There's a misconception about retirement that not too many people have come to grips with. Unfortunately, by the time you come to grips with it, it's too late. Everyone worked for years, and they always talk about, oh, I'm going to retire soon. Soon I'll be up for retirement. Well, let me tell you something about retirement. When you retire, you better make sure you got some money. And I don't mean spending change. I'm talking about real money. Because it would be gone in a flash, and you'll be needing money very soon thereafter. So my message to the industry, the healthcare profession, nurses, looking down long term, my message is, in this piece of legislation, what I would like to see enshrined in the legislation is a clause that protects the people that we trained for nursing beyond their retirement age. And that clause should read, any individual who wish, subsequent to their retirement age, to continue the profession of nursing, shall be allowed to do so on a contractual basis. Because I know we got people walking around and they complain to me invariably every chance they get that they would like to go back to work, but they say I'm retired. I hope the minister is listening. I hope the at-large Representative Smith is listening. And I know my good friend, the Minister for Education, is listening. Because this is your country we're talking about. And you are the one that educates these people. And you need to find a place for them to go after they leave school. And they should be channeled in the direction of all professional services. When the BVI healthcare facilities and all other BVI healthcare services and all other statutory bodies were formed, they were formed initially by the civil servants that were working with them, who were given an option to stay with the government or go with a statutory body. And with that option came guarantees. The guarantee was that nothing that is done at that statutory body will be substandard to that which you were achieving at government. In other words, when you were with government, government had a scholarship program. So when you go with the statutory body, they should have a scholarship program as well. Upon retirement, government had a pension. When you retire, you should have a pension as well. So I'm not asking for anything that you didn't agree to. These are agreements that were made. But with subsequent administration and subsequent administrators, all these things get fizzled away. And it behooves me to bring them up now at this particular time when new members in the House can hear and make sure that people don't get shortchanged. Because I don't think it's the nature of anyone to shortchange anyone. I just think that it gets slipped through the crack. These things get slipped through the crack. So I have absolutely nothing else but good things to say about people in this profession. I have nothing else but good things to hope that will take place for people in this profession. As to the midwives, I've asked myself the question, I've been asking myself the question for the longest time. Where does the profession of midwives fit into modern medicine? How does it fit into modern medicine? You can pardon me for my ignorance. I mean, I don't have any little kids that I know of. I mean, I don't expect to have any. If I was saying many years ago, I'll be concerned and wondering how it works. See, they're abusing it. You don't just get abused at the hospital, we get abused in here too. So I'm trying to get an education. I think that part will come in the committee stage, this education that I'm seeking as to how does the midwife profession fit into modern medicine. I think I'll get that in the committee stage. We can get somebody would give us a lesson in how this thing works. Because I had a question is, after, several hours of labor and nothing is happening and you realize that you have to move to plan B, which is maybe the C-section, what does the midwife do? We will find out. But I'm sure it's something that is necessary, and you wouldn't be asking for it. It wouldn't have made it this far. It would not have made it this far unless the authorities and the powers that be really and truly believe that there is a place for it in our society. So with those words, I would like to encourage those who are thinking, even those who haven't given thought to becoming a nurse, to give it some serious consideration. People say that when you're in school as a student, high school, they encourage you to, what would you like to be in life? They say you should choose something that you like. Choose something that you like. I am convinced, beyond a shadow of any doubt, that you can grow to like something. You don't have to know anything about something that you get involved in and grow to like it. Most children, 10 years ago, you ask them what they want to be. I want to be a police officer, I want to be a fireman. These are things that they see. They know nothing about being a police officer, they know nothing about being a fireman, but they want to be one of those. Seldom you hear them talk about, I would like to be a nurse. And I have to give some credit to people who can actually perform the services of a nurse. I did not know that by seeing blood, you can actually faint just by seeing blood. I saw it. My veterinarian came to perform a surgery on my dog. And he said to me, "You sure you can take it?" And I said, "Sure, why not? I could take it." Halfway through the surgery, I found myself leaving him. But I tried to play man and say, I didn't say anything. I'm like, Jesus, I'm going to pass out. I'm passing out. And I just truly did not believe that. And then what did I do? I went to Bing, Google, to check it out. It's a natural fact. You would just pass out just by seeing blood. So I must give credit to the folks that involve themselves in nursing. Because certainly I never heard about a patient leaving this earth because a nurse passed out. So again, I commend to this Honorable House my support for the bill, and hoping that in the committee stage, some of the things that I'd like to see happen for the profession that I believe will be a credit to the profession and the territory can be addressed. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 3rd District for his contribution. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture, and member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalio D. Wheatley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This sit-in has been a very positive sit-in. And I hope you have more sit-ins like this to come. Every resolution was met with a great deal of agreement. And now we have a piece of legislation and everybody is singing from the same song sheet. Mr. Speaker, it's a beautiful thing to witness and to participate in. Mr. Speaker, I commend the Minister for bringing this piece of legislation and for his presentation, and for all the other members for their presentations. It's certainly always a joy for me to listen to how things were in the past and history. And I want to join in commending and paying tribute to those in the past who may not have been formally educated, I should say. They may not have been formally educated in healthcare, but they had an education because, of course, they learned from those before them. And they learned from those before and before and before, and really a lot of this is ancient knowledge that came directly out of the continent of Africa, where you will see women. I went to Africa, I traveled to Africa, and you will see women who are 90 years old standing straight. And they'll be having something very heavy walking on their head, but their spine is straight and they're strong. And of course, our ancestors got some of that knowledge passed down. That's why we know what bush can do what. And personally, Mr. Speaker, I use the orbs. I have a great deal of respect for orbs. I have a great deal of respect for our persons who used to practice some of these practices, such as those persons who rub. We've been speaking about the midwives. And of course, in my area, we'd speak about the late great Rosa Malone, Miss Rosa. And as young as I am, I got a little piece of Miss Rosa because I sprained my ankle. And everybody is really frightened to go to Miss Rosa, I'm telling you, when she puts her hands on you. And I never bawl out like that. I could still feel myself bawling out when Miss Rosa put her hand on my ankle. Miss Rosa is such a legend that Miss Rosa delivered 2 different babies in the same night. Miss Rosa. No, not twins. 2 separate women were having babies, and she delivered both of them in the same night. Miss Rosa, that's the type of legend Miss Rosa is. And of course, you have Rosalind Penn, Carl Nani, and of course, Iris Penn and other persons in our village who, but they were really practicing an ancient type of knowledge, because Miss Rosa didn't, like I said, didn't just deliver babies, she used to rub. And I also, a good friend of mine who passed away some years ago, Mr. Fai from Brandywine Bay, I believe his first name is Ishmael. Fai from Brandywine Bay. I sometimes have a little issue in my back, and whenever I'd go to Brother Fai, he would break out the Crisco. He rub some Crisco on the area, and he started to go to work, and before you know it, you're as good as new. And since he passed away now, I've been having a lot of trouble with my back. And I wish that more people would have taken up the art form. And this actually leads me, y'all not right. This actually leads me to a point that Honorable Fraser, representative for the 3rd District, was making, which I think is a powerful point. Of course, this debate was well debated, and the angle of the tribute to the midwives has really been explored fully. But this angle that Honorable Fraser took, which is a very good angle for us to explore. And I think it happened not just in the area of nursing, but in a number of other areas. Honorable Malone, I know when he spoke about this before, he'd speak about our family members who are nurses. My cousin Rita Fret Georges and Ethel Fret Span, and my mother, sister, Marilyn, Auntie Marilyn, and my Aunt Orpha, they were nurses. And somewhere along the line, Mr. Speaker, nursing was no longer a profession that many Virgin Islanders look to. We still have some persons who are exploring the area of nursing, which I'm grateful for. But of course, we know that with the explosion of our population, the growth in our population, I'm not sure if persons really understand really how small our population was just a short time ago, back in the times of Miss Nani and Miss Rosa and those persons. I believe back in 1949, when we had that 1949 march, I believe the population was under 7,000 persons. I have to go back and check that. I mean, you imagine at the time when my parents had just been born. My father's born in 1945, my mother in 1946. At that time, the population is under 7,000. And then, of course, with the development of our economy, with tourism, and then later financial services, you have an explosion in the population. And of course, you need to be able to accommodate this larger population. You need persons who can engage in different services. One of them being nursing. And lots of persons came to help us, and we're so grateful for those persons coming to help us. But we've gotten to a stage now, Mr. Speaker, where we have lots of young persons coming out of school. And these young persons are looking for jobs. And the areas that Virgin Islanders traditionally flock to for the last 20 or more years have all become saturated. You can't expect, like, I remember when I was going to school, Honorable Turnbull and myself, I remember even from when you were in high school, you could expect to get a government job, like in the summer. And when you went away to school, when you went away to university, you would come back in the summers and get a government job. I mean, it was almost expected that the government would employ you when you returned. The expectation is not the same now, because a government can't continue to take on persons. Of course, we know we've always had some struggles getting our persons employed in the financial services sector, and we've pushed in some areas, of course. And we have some persons in the financial services sector at a particular level. Okay. Yeah, we have some persons at a particular level of the financial services. Of course, there was a little glass ceiling there. And we're trying to get persons to be able to break that glass ceiling and to be able to not just be administrators and paper pushers, of course, being the lawyers in these different firms. But of course, you know, financial services has its challenges as well. And of course, we have similar kind of situation with our banks, etc. And we have quite a number of persons who are business owners, etc. But to be able to accommodate all of the persons who need employment today, we need to start looking at some of those areas which for the last 20, 30 years we have been importing persons. and it is not out of any dislike for anyone. Of course, persons have come here and helped us in a real way. And many of those persons have now, especially after led by the Premier and the Minister for Immigration and Labor, we've regularized many persons who've been here for some time. Some of those very persons have children here who are graduating from school and they need jobs. So it's out of no dislike. It's actually for the love of the children who we have here graduating from school and college and university who need to have opportunities in their own home. That we have to start to look to some of these areas where we've been importing, and we've heard the Minister of Labor and Immigration say, yes, we have to localize our workforce. We have to localize our workforce. And he's gotten some pushback from some persons in the business community, etc. But it's something that we have to do. We have to have persons who graduate from our schools here in the construction industry. We have to get them as masons and carpenters, and that's something that has to happen. We have to get persons graduating right here out of Elmore Stout High School and Brigado Flax High School into our police force. We have to get our graduates to become our teachers. That is something that has to happen. And yes, we have to get persons interested in becoming nurses. That has to happen. And I'm attempting to do my part, Mr. Speaker, as a Minister of Education, because I just didn't pick random persons to be on the scholarship committee. I picked persons to be on the scholarship committee for a very specific purpose. I picked somebody who was in tourism, who is actually the chair, Mr. Sam Julio Henry, in tourism. That's why he's there. Very intelligent brother. And I'm thankful for his service and the service of all of the persons on the scholarship committee. We have somebody there from the health sector, Dr. June Samuel. We have her there because we want her to be able to deal specifically with anybody who's coming to the scholarship committee and wants to go to school and they want to be a doctor, they want to be a nurse, and we have persons on the scholarship committee who are teachers. In the financial services sector, we have persons who are in technical fields, Mr. Courtney DeCastro, who teaches in the technical department at the H. Laverty Stout Community College and who's an architect, etc. We had him on the committee, and we have, just every different sector important to our economy. We have a farmer on there, which is Mr. Coy Smith, because we want our people to become more interested in studying agriculture, because that's an area of importance to our economy. But certainly, I'm not sure how much money the training division has for scholarships now. I'm not sure if they have any money at all. It's a very small amount of money that they have to train public servants. And of course, as representative for the 3rd District said, we don't have a regime in place for scholarships within the health services. And so I have given scholarships to persons in the health services to study nursing. In fact, one of the persons in this batch of 32 is a student to study nursing. And that doesn't count all the persons who I have given grants to to study nursing. Grants outside of the scholarship committee grants, just giving them a little help to get finished with their studies, etc. But we're going to have to, I think we've been very generous over the years in terms of scholarships. I believe that in recent years, we're becoming more targeted in terms of how we are targeting scholarships. Because in the past, we just say, if you've done well in school, no matter what it is you want to study, we want to give you a scholarship. And we cannot continue in that way. Just, whatever it is comes to your mind, young people, you could do anything you want to do. No, you cannot do anything you want to do. We need to encourage persons to go into particular sectors important in our economy. We have persons with various talents and skills, but we have to be able to find the right fit for those persons in our economy. Or else what's going to end up happening is these persons just end up going to another area of the world to be able to have their talents and their skills fully utilized. And we do have to get to a point. Our economy has to perform to a point where we are able to offer better salaries. Within the context of the Caribbean, I know that our salaries are attractive, but we are competing not just against the salaries in the Caribbean, we are competing against the salaries in the United States of America and the United Kingdom, etc. So that's why we want to have our economy perform better. As we bring the marijuana legislation, we make some more money. Yeah? And gaming, and we revamping agriculture, and we are making sure we diversify our tourism product and diversify our financial services product and all of the different things we're doing because we have to make some more money to offer our people better salaries. We have some persons coming home from the United States, coming into the teaching profession, and they're not dead. Is that grammar? They're not dead when they saw the teaching salary that they were getting compared to what they were getting in the United States. So, and some persons do it just because they love the Virgin Islands. But we want them to be able to take care of themselves well. And I know under the leadership of the Minister of Finance, even in these perilous times, we're going to find ways of increasing the government revenue. You see the rate in which the BVI is growing, the revenue can't flatline. It has to grow as well. And we can't continue to strain every little drop out of the financial services sector. We have to be able to grow the revenue looking at other areas. Thank God for a man named Andrew Foy, Honorable Andrew Foy. Because so many people, whenever you do anything unconventional or unorthodox or out of the ordinary, everybody wants to kill you. You come with any different idea, somebody ready to shoot it down. But if you don't start thinking outside the box, and if you don't get some courage, you'll stay right there with your financial services, with your tourism, the place growing, revenue getting smaller and smaller every year, and you just end up trying to figure out how you're going to maintain all of this. And we've gotten used to a certain level of living here in the Virgin Islands. And then you just have to start thinking about what you're going to start cutting back on. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to bring in more money so we can pay our people the salaries that can keep them here in the Virgin Islands, working in some of these key areas. And areas like nursing and teaching, they call for good salaries up in the United States of America and the United Kingdom and Canada. In fact, places like Canada, I mean, they're given all types of incentives for persons to travel to Canada to become nurses, to become teachers, and some of these other professions. They call for good salaries. So if we want to, and let me take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate the Health Services Authority. I congratulate the current minister and past ministers, the current CEO and past CEOs, and current chair of the board and board members and past boards. Everyone for that achievement. It is truly a significant achievement. And I'm hopeful that we will have many more of our own doctors and nurses. I think we've done a very good job over the years in terms of doctors. Some of them, after a while, they get frustrated and they leave the Health Services Authority. I hope that we find ways of making sure that we retain our doctors here at the Health Services Authority. But I would like to see our doctors and nurses and other types of professionals, whether lab technicians or, physiotherapists or whatever else it is, dentists, working within our accredited hospital. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I give this my very enthusiastic support, and I'm looking forward to going through this bill in the committee stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 7th District for his contribution. I recognize the Premier and Minister of Finance and member for the 1st District, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy.
Mr. Speaker, I couldn't let this bill pass. Mr. Speaker, the second and third reading of it, Nurses and Midwives Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, it's amazing that we were working on this because I started a mission to go through the 1st District and to see if I could remember the nurses, the midwives. And at the risk of missing someone, I said, well, let me just trace some of them who may not even have lived here long in terms of after a while they left and went to the United States before they became nurses, but they're still ours. And I did that, Mr. Speaker, because I like to do that with nearly all the professions. I believe that when you live in a country and you're in these positions, you should study the history of all that has gone before you. That's why I respect this Honorable House with the members that have gone before us. When you can look and see that in 1977, the elected officials were able of that day to pass a Public Health Act that will guide us through a pandemic in 2020. That's foresight. That's foresight. No matter how you put it, no matter how you twist it, that's foresight. When you look and you see Mr. Leslie Malone and them that could have looked ahead and help us to get the U.S. currency as a currency, that's foresight. That's a lot of foresight. And when you look at our medical field, a lot of persons would say about the medical field now, but the only thing missing from the medical field isn't really the money only, to a great extent. The one thing that needs to be added by everyone, and not saying that it's missing from all, is the love for the profession and the love for people. And once you have love for your profession and the love for the people, then it will withstand anything else. That's not to say that persons don't need a salary increase or whatever the case may be, but let's face it, everywhere in the world have challenges with COVID-19, although there are some who will speak as if there's no challenges here, so whatever money is needed, let's just get it and get on with it. But we have the challenges also. But it's the love. And when I say the love, I mean that you had midwives who would get out of their beds and those times they didn't have electricity. And it isn't like they went by the neighbor's house who was right next door. They had to walk 2 hills, 3 hills, 4 hills to get to where the person was in labor and deliver those babies. And I always marvel when I sit and I listen to some of our midwives in my village in a few years ago, and I was listening to them and I was hearing about stories that they were told and things that they had to do when they went to deliver the child, and the cord was around the child's neck, and the different things that they had to do right there on the spot. Things now that we'll need to put the patient on a bed and reel them in the emergency room and use all the modern technology to solve something that they were just solving with their hands. It's as if they had a GPS in the woman's womb that they could just go in and know, well, all right, this one is here, that's there, that's the other. Let me move the cord from here, untangle it there, and bring out the child alive. And if it's not crying, hit it a lick. And the child starts to cry. I'd like to know the statistics of how many babies they delivered versus how many they lost, because I never heard about many lost. You heard about some. But they delivered them and they came out healthy, strong. What's amazing too is when I hear the stories about the midwives who deliver a lot of babies that were premature and how they use a lot of the natural herbs to build up the mother and build up the child and even build up the mother during the pregnancy. Now we will have, different care for premature babies, and I would know about that because two of my daughters were premature and they were in there for months, and I thought the labor, watching them born, is the one that would have dropped me down, but they were away there because the facilities wasn't ready here. So when I got the bill is when I went in labor. As a matter of fact, it is only a few years ago I finished paying off for one of them. And I just make a joke all the time and I tell her, you're an expensive child. But you don't mind. But when you look and you see what those midwives did in those days, man, you have nothing but admiration. And that's why sometimes when I'm in these positions and you're putting things in place to help those who went before us and those who are in the position now, when I come back to it, fight against putting things in place to recognize those who were before. I have a problem with it. Because anyone who is in these jobs now, whether it be medical or otherwise, and think that they got here on their own and the BVI was always with milk and honey and sugar and there was never no problem and there was never no issue, and they got here because of their raw intelligence and their A+ in school and the summa cum laude and greater than the laude, they're wrong. A lot of sacrifice have gone in, especially in the healthcare. And sometimes a smile could heal you. There's something that persons laugh at. When you put care into something and love into something, it can cure you. Sometimes when I go in these natural medicine, these things, people get amazed and they laugh at them. But someone could bake you a cake out of love. Pure love, and you could feel the love in the cake or in the food, and that's medicine for you. That's why I tell people when you're making food and when you're doing different things, you have to be extremely careful when you're doing these things to do them with love. Because love is a medicine. There's a portion there that will heal any broken wound. And that's what the healthcare practitioners did. The immediate farmer premiers, and I sat in this seat where I am in, and I always tell him, even in the opposition, that most people that went to him, they just needed to go by Dr. Smith. And from the time he asked them how they're doing, they were glad to see his face because of the love he put into the patients, and they felt better. He didn't charge half of them, so they felt even better when they were leaving. The love. It's just a portion, and the Deputy Speaker of the House, Honorable Smith, always talking about the love, and that's the impetus of the BVI love, Honorable. People take it for granted. And I remember here someday, out of the blue, I put up into the song by Dionne Warwick that what the world needs now is love. People think that money is going to solve everything. If I give you everything that you said that you want, would you be satisfied and live in a way that you're satisfied and that you have everything you need? The point is that no matter what you want, when you get it, you're going to want something else. I think every elected official could speak about this. There are persons out there who don't support us politically, and they say, if you do me this favor now, I will never go against you. And as soon as you finish it, they're exercising their democratic rights in ways that only a mother could love them against you. But that's their right. You don't do it to shut them up, don't get me wrong, but that's their right. The love. And when I look and listen, and you listen to those midwives that have gone before, and you read the book that Ms. Nama Benjamin did, which I commend her for, and you listen to the stories, just sit and listen to all the midwives that were in this territory that are still alive, that are still around. Sit and just ask them. You don't even have to ask a second question. They just take off. And you could sit there all day and you could just listen to them. But it's not only listening to them what attracts me to sit down and listen to them when you get the time. It's to see the joy on their faces and to see the smile as they speak about the different cases. Because the love was what they put into it. I remember one midwife in my village that told me that when one baby died, and she cried for nearly 2 weeks. The love. Now it becomes, medicine has become so commercialized that, you know, if you find a doctor or nurse that cries when you die, you know that they love the profession. But the love doesn't only talk about midwives and doctors, you know, it goes into teaching, it goes into the whole 9 yards. The love. And the reason why the love is important is that long after you're gone out of that midwife and nursing, and you're gone out of the teaching or whatever it is, once you had performed love as your signature for your profession, while you are doing the professional part, they'll never forget you. And believe it or not, you'll never want. How do I know? Overall, my teaching career here and elsewhere has taught over 3,000 students. Right now, if I look in the house, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and about 5 of them. Very easy. Whether it's year ahead, math teacher, homeroom, all of them are right in here. From the leader of the opposition, taught him well. I didn't give him all the secrets because, you know, I might use them now, so I'll have to pull them out now and again. But good chap. The Minister of education, the deputy premier, one of my students. He was always brilliant in English. One of my best English students, but I never used to teach English. That was the only problem. But he was a scholar in English. He could correct anything at any time. He used to correct me. But I used to teach him math, and he was fairly well. I was Minister of Transportation in the year ahead. In his time, in his class, he was always that sharp GQ boy, another man. And I remember Honorable Sharidi Castro, when she was deciding to move and dealing with her. So, really and truly, you have the four of them. I have Honorable Mitch Turnbull. I don't know how to tell anyone, his mother helped raise me. So, but when he was born, he took her away from me. And that was the end of that. So, but when the love is shown, they remember you. So I just didn't pop up in this political thing, and person sometimes wonder, well, how you survive the 20 years, Fraser, as you rightfully said, although most was in the opposition. The love. You treat people well, and they're going to do the same. But not only that, you treat the profession well, the profession will treat you well. And that's what we have to do with medicine. We could spend $540 million as a number that's pulled out of the hat in medicine, unless we have the love mixed with the respect, you're going to have an issue. I believe that you can learn from anyone, and you must always be open-minded. But a few of our people, while we want them to be elevated, sometimes a few of them have to get a little humility and understand that no matter how high you get in the medicine or the education or whatever, if you have more degrees than a thermometer, it is welcome, it is needed, but it comes with humility that you always want to learn more. You see me here, I learn Premier. I learn from every member here. Sometimes they call, tell me, Premier, I don't agree with you. And I don't think that you should do this. And I listen to them. If I give a percentage, it'll be 49% at the time, 51%. I tell them, all right, let's go here. But we have that bond. Some of them call me different hours in this government, and they express how they feel. I know if the phone ring all these, Honorable Sherry Flax Chaz, she wakes up first. So when it rings a little while after, I know it's Honorable Smith. He wakes up second. And I could go down the line. But the thing is that they call and they give their views. And you take them as a leader because of humility. You can't be in these high posts, think that you know it all. And I go back now to the healthcare. That is what it was built on. I look in my district and I came up with some names of persons. I want to pay tribute to them and all the other midwives and nurses, but I remember them and I wrote them down. And I have Miss Teresa Smith Blyden. You know, when I hear the stories of those who would know how she delivered a lot of people down in that area, no formal education training, as the minister, Deputy Premier Minister of Education said, no formal, based on our definition of formal. That's the key. But in that era, she was par excellence. Hers was what you call the real deal. And when you listen to the stories about her, you realize that there's so many others during her time and came after, and they would always learn from each other. Never get in a profession and don't sit down with the people that came before you or that were there before you and don't sit down and learn from them. I just tell my members sometimes when I say they jump, but they get to understand it more and more the longer they stay. I stay here for 20 years, but although I was in opposition a lot, I learned a lot. So I'm going to give you the experience I have so you could do two things. Learn it on your own or listen to me and avoid some of the pitfalls. Because I didn't have anyone there to look out for me like that, so I had to learn the hard way. And if you could sit down with people, especially in the healthcare, and ask them, what kept you going? What made you want to go out and deliver these babies through the night? And them times I used to have so much story with Jumbi and thing, because they'll tell you about all these stories. And down by us, they have a section named Jumbi got pitch dark. The first time I understand the stories about Jumbi got and how pitch dark it was and how people were afraid to pass there is when Oma set in and I walked straight through my village and ended up all Zion Hill walking, and the night shut in and it didn't have any electricity, and I had to walk, come back down with a fellow in my village named Salah, and the two of we were walking. He pitch dark, I can't find him, and I ain't much clearer coming down the road. The only reason we got through Jumbi got is because we were familiar with the area. And I was hoping he didn't stop the boat up in him, because anything I put up in that night helped my peace. I had never seen it so dark, and I understand what people were telling me when they said Jumbi got, that thing used to be dark and the Jumbi them used to come out. And that's what they used to say, you know, the folk stories that we have. So those who want to block me, go ahead. But you learn what Mama Teresa Smith Blyden and them went through. No light. They even told stories, and I listened to some of them where they even didn't walk with a lantern because they didn't have the time. Some of the times they just took up and went going, and now and again they would have a good moonlight, but other than that, they were just going off a sheer being familiar with the area. And then you had Miss Trinita Donovan, another stalwart down in the 1st District. And a lady that I spoke so much with, Miss Dolores Jones. One time, Miss Dolores Jones told me where she had to walk from there in Capone's Bay straight over King Garden Bay and back. Walk, you know. These ain't time of vehicle. You have a stalwart veteran there between all of them, which all of them are. There's none to pick out, whether the younger ones or the older ones, but I was talking about a whole cadre of nurses and midwives. I like to do research. And you have Miss Jennifer Cameron Borty. Her name speaks for itself also. And she will tell you what she learned from Miss Dolores Jones and what she learned from Miss Blyden and Miss Donovan. And she will tell you what she learned from them. These are persons that give their all to the healthcare. That's their life. I know some other nurses in the village. You have Miss Margaret Fraser Lewis, and nurses and midwives, and Lavon Stout, Norma Benjamin, Gorda Smith Walwyn. Now we'll say that she is in the States, but she's still from the area. Jacinta Hannibal. Yes, she belongs to us. Yvette Jennings, Betsy Molyneux, Tracia Jones, Olivia Donovan Hodge, Stacy Batley, Melanie Stout, Narissa Donovan, Ration Christian, Sheila Shinnery. I did my research. And I went and I scouted around who all are these nurses, because in my mindset in the medical field, now that we have been accredited, I went and do the research even before this bill come out. Because in my mindset, I want to be exercised in each district area for us to point out those who are was in the profession of nursing, midwives, because the accreditation is for them, especially those that came before. And anyone who pound their chest about this accreditation, thinking it's about them alone, yes, you had a hand in it, but there's a foundation which you build on. And that foundation came from people who had love in the profession. True love. They never used to go about in the village creating a contention. Even when they're off duty, they go about in true love. Even if they disagree on a topic, they had a respectful way to deal with it, that you didn't feel bad to go to them when you're sick. Because you know that they won't do anything out of the way because of the love. Some people in my village, I'm not like that, say, well, you know, sometimes some of these people in the profession now, they get on so bad outside that if they take sick, they wonder what they'll do to them because they didn't agree with them in certain places. People don't like to hear that, but it's bad when to know that that comes up in certain quarters of the profession. It should never. And we have to admire, these are from the 1st District, but there are many, many, many more. Mr. Dina Donovan and the list go on. I don't want to get in trouble outside of my village because I hope I didn't miss any inside. But the one thing you could say about them is a fraternity for them who were there for years ago. And even coming up, it wasn't just a job. It wasn't that people work in the hospital and the one nurse don't know the next one. Unless they come on the same shift. Or one doctor didn't know the next, or one doctor feels that he or she is so superior that they don't need to mingle with the rest. No. This is about the love, about the caring for people, because you can learn something from anybody. One old man, Mr. William Donovan in my village, he's now deceased. He said, everyone has their own education. If you meet a man who only knows how to tie up a boat, that is his education. Speak to him to that level, and you'll learn something from him. And that's what we have to get back into the profession. But there are those modern day now in the system that I have to congratulate, because I really admire how they do the medical field. You love to see how they're going. I could sit down, I go to the hospital. I don't need them to tell me what's happening. I could see how they're operating. You could see which one have the love and which one does not. You could see which one cares and which one does not. Why I'm bringing that up is because it was hard to see a few years ago. You couldn't tell. And that's how you have to go into these medical professions. The love is so strong that even if you have differences, it cannot be detected by the patient. A patient's body can detect when there's tension, because they can feel it, as old people say, from your spirit to theirs. But if you attend to them with care, they could feel the positive energy coming from you into their body and help heal them. I study a lot of Asian medicine, so that's deep in that part. So some might say no. I have the uttermost respect for anybody in the health field. But for us to get the #1 health care that we're looking for in the public sector, money will help, but it will not cure. It's going to call for great humility. It's going to call for persons to have the love not only for the patient, but for themselves and their fellow workers. There's too much hatred going on in these places. And when I say the love, I don't mean that people must agree on every single thing, but respectfully learn how to disagree, but still work for the common good. So I commend these midwives and nurses in my district and all the other districts for what they have done, for those who continue to do. And I want to challenge the health care system, and I'll do it profession by profession, to come up with systems that's a little more rewarding for those who have served before. Because remember something, at some time you're going to be in their shoes. And something in the healthcare that when they come to the hospital, that even the newest nurse know that this is Nurse Botti walking through. This is Nurse Span walking through. And they could watch and say, because they give it all. Because you must educate
the generations that are here on what happened before and how Peebles Hospital was able to not operate as a pebble, but as a boulder, because they had strong men and women in there, especially the midwives and the nurses. The strength of a doctor depends on the strength of the nurses. No matter how good he is, if the nurses ain't up to par, you're going to have a rough time. So I want to ask persons to, we all reanalyze why we exist in. And I say that today because as you listen to persons, we know that salaries are not as competitive, but it's not just the BVI, it's the whole world. There's a drain to keep medical professionals nowadays. And yes, the bigger countries paying more. That you don't need, I'd like to see that. They're printing their own money. So you'll never compete with them with the money. But I tell persons, let's analyze professions, the same profession here and the one away. In those big countries, yes, you make more money. And there's a lot of advantages. But there are also some here. For example, anything happen up there to you, you know, only your salary could come down here, you could lean on at least a brother or sister or somebody and help you too. There are also some other trade-offs down in these areas. I'm not saying don't get more incentives, but what I'm saying is that if you get more incentives, will that fix the situations that we need fixing in health? And the answer is no. It will not fix it totally. Because all you can do is ask persons to do an ego check and check their mentality. No matter how you behave, if you don't fix yourself with your mindset, you'll always be the same. So I'm asking all of those in the healthcare to continue to excel, continue to learn from each other, continue to respect each other, continue to have the humility, but also take some time not just to study, to read up on what is the future of medicine, but also study what did the past medicine do to help me get here, that I can look into the future medicine and see if there's anything where I can marry them and have them complement each other. There are those who will study medicine now and tell you that all the midwives were doing those things were foolishness. I met people tell me that already in those days. And when I was finished speaking to the one fellow who was telling me that, up came his brother, thank God, and said, don't mind this fool, that same midwife delivered him. She should have never delivered him. I said, man, you were delivered by a midwife, and you here speaking this thing? He said, well, you could tell me nothing else but well. But he had done dig the well. He would dung into it, chatting ignorance. But we have to learn what they did, how they use what they use. I know some of the stories of how they use shea butter. That's when I really learned with shea butter. When you get born, how to use shea butter, when to use it, what to do with it. One next from sitting down right there with them. There's a lot of things you could learn from those older midwives. That's why I'm glad for the book that Ms. Norma Benjamin wrote. And there's so much more to do because we have to document our history much more than we do. Now we're doing it more and more, which is good. But there are a lot of persons that came here and helped build up our health care with us who are here. That's why when the Minister of Education said that we regularize quite a bit of people, we have to continue to find the balance. Now a few persons, not a lot. I must say that. In the BVI, whenever somebody don't want you to do something, or they don't want you to excel, or they hear that you're going to do something, and they don't like it, they come and tell you, a lot of people saying you shouldn't do so. Well, the BVI having 35 to 40,000 people, how many of them you spoke to that a lot of people saying this? That time they must be speak to nobody but themselves. But I said that to say, we have to look about how to create the balance with those who have helped us through the health care and other parts of our system that here a while. I had no problem regularizing them. I don't know why some people go to church preaching one set of thing, and when the time comes to implement the very word of God that they're preaching and learning about, they do contrary and still try to explain to you that they're correct. We have to reward persons who help build us here for years, help build our healthcare, along with our people, and come up with systems to balance both. And that's why, as this government, I thank my government for helping us out. We had some nurses and doctors that got through with the regularization, and some that have been here for a while that still needs to be looked at. But we have some of our indigenous nurses in here too that we have to make sure that we take care of them and look after them. Whenever someone who has helped build your healthcare comes to your institution, and even if you didn't know and somebody tell you that is nurse so-and-so, you in that institution need to take a different look than you're looking at them to say thank you and deal with them accordingly. In those days, we were on the road towards having one of the best public health cares ever. Now, we see that we have been accredited, but we have a lot to do. And there was something else that the old midwives and them did that I thought was good. And we have to make sure that it's in the healthcare now. Confidentiality. When you're in these healthcare and teaching in certain profession, you have to be confidential. That's why I tell them with these COVID-19 tests before the people have not tested on WhatsApp are going out. That's not good. I don't like it at all. If you're in there, whoever in there doing it, stop it. Confidentiality is important. You think I want to know that I get born on my buttocks and I gone in there, when I gone in there before I reach in, everybody know the premier get born there? I mean, we gone into something graphic, but this is the magnitude of it. Now there are those who are going to be confidential, but let's face it, there's a section of concern of confidentiality. We have to understand that these professions come with confidential, to be confidential. There's no two ways about it. You have to be confidential. Even sometimes when the situation is difficult, be confidential. You know, it's important. This is not to say that most of you are most in the care are not doing it, but there are elements of it that we have to make sure. The reason for that confidentiality that I bring it up is not to chastise, although I don't care if you get chastised because you're wrong. It is because that might be the one little element left with the love to put us over the hump to become the greatest healthcare in the Caribbean with our public healthcare. Why? Because if we know that we can count on the love, we can count on the service, and we can count on the confidentiality, like our midwives and nurses of the past, and even some now, we will not go away. Most people don't go away because they can afford it. Most persons, we do not go away because they don't feel the healthcare is good. Most who go away are concerned about that little chapter. So we have to work on that part. But those are just the areas that need adjusting. But we have done more good than what bad. We have accomplished more with our healthcare, more good than the couple little areas of bad. But the point is, some of the areas need to be addressed. Another area that we must make sure that we do is do what our old midwives and nurses were doing. Take time to teach the other one the craft. A lot of times now in most positions, this is not only medicine, people don't teach anybody the craft, you know, because they're afraid that they come and they take their job. So let them learn how they can, and hopefully they make a mistake so they get rid of themselves. That's why I let every minister be the deputy premier. And all of them were able to act as premier. So God forbid if something happened now, I couldn't say, well, all right, I have confidence in one of them to act as premier. People are laughing at it, but it's capacity building. That's why I could speak to my junior ministers. See, Honorable Shireen Flax-Charles there, and switch them up. When we switch, no, she told me, Premier, this is the best thing I've ever done for me. She's shining, not only in her looks, but in her actions. And so is for Honorable Sherry DeCastro. You have to be bold enough to make moves to allow people to capacity build. And you have to pass on the knowledge. And you have to pass on the skills, because there's a lot of things that the older nurses and midwives can teach you that you will never find in a book. But you have to sit with them and allow them so that they can show you the ways to turn and twist. And you know why we have to credit on midwives in those days, and our nurses, and even coming up to now, and I'm asking the present generation of them to learn a lot from them, is that sometimes working with some doctors ain't easy, you know. But they had a finesse about them, how to deal. I used to call it early HR skills. They had know how to deal with the most difficult doctor and the most, I would say, picky doctors, and keep them all on balance. And you wouldn't know that they were like a duck, looking good on top, but swimming heavy to stay afloat on the bottom. This is what our midwives and nurses did. They put up with a lot to build our health care. A lot they pull up to build our health care, and now we're to the point where we have it accredited. But getting the accreditation is the easy part, although it was hard. Keeping it is key. And I say these things to help prompt our nurses and midwives and even the medical team to realize that I'm proud of you all. But just watch these little areas and we'll move from good to great. Because the nurses' motto, as far as I remember, is that every day is one more accomplishment. If I have it right, I saw it somewhere. One more accomplishment. I just try to read wherever I go. One more accomplishment. But I want to add an award there, one more great accomplishment. And it doesn't have to be huge. One more great accomplishment with BBI Love. Because the natural thing about us that has been our secret is our love. That love of passing a patient that you don't know the family in the corridor and saying, good morning, good afternoon. That love of saying to the patient that you rather than just dropping bad news on them one time, ease it in. I always tell Nurse Borty, who I know good, like a mother to me, you're the one of the smoothest person to tell somebody something that bad, good, in a good way. She will come and smooth your head down, ask you how you're doing, how you're feeling. She pitch in a little part of the bad in between. She go back into something good. She come again. And then by the time she's done and she gone home is when you catch your head, but wait, Nurse Dorothy, just tell me I got a problem. That's how smooth they had learned with the skills. There's a lot to learn from those veterans, you know. And you have to ask yourself something, especially those in the field now. How did they survive so long? I don't care how bright you are. If you meet somebody in a position that were there for years, don't think you can just bypass them. They were there long for some reason. Some reason they were there long for. Learn what the reason is and learn how to get by. Because if you look to take them out saying that you're the young kid on the block, you don't get in trouble. You don't get in trouble. I remember in politics, one time when our side, a few of them had decided they were going to take out Mr. O'Neill. And the election came in the party. And before the vote went in, everybody was clear he was gone as the chairman of the Volunteers Party. I remember that well. And just before the vote, he got up, he said, I have no problem leaving. He said, but there are some bills here for the party that I was paying. And I'm going to leave it there with the new chairman. And when he called the figure, everybody tell him, hold the post. Hold the post. A veteran does know when to bring in that last curveball there when you think that you have everything ready and learn from them. So I want to congratulate all those who have built our healthcare. I thank them. And I want us to build a healthcare, and we are going to build a healthcare that will be the envy of the world. We have spent too much money in a building not to have it. Governments after governments. We have spent too much money in NHI not to get that cleared up and get that working like it should without getting there. We have spent too much money in training our people not to get there. And I recognize that it's not a money problem. It's not a money problem. It's for us to recognize, to stick with the plan that our older heads and the midwives and nurses had, and just modify it and modernize it and stick with it and add in some humility and some love. And there's something about when persons act in that kind of way, they attract people. So you'll attract the professionals that you need in healthcare because they'll want to be in your presence. They'll want to be in that environment. It has some people that you don't want to be around. The song had its premiere, but I'd be around everybody, but I had to learn to do it. It has some people that make Jesus cuss and he don't cuss. They ain't good to be around. It takes a lot for you. From the time you see them, your pressure gone up. They ain't tell you a word yet. Because in the olden days, they used to develop negative pictures in the dark column, the negative. They're so negative that you could develop pictures with them in the olden way. You can't live life that way. Every day I get up jolly and happy. Sometimes when I meet some of them, I tell them, not today. You ain't going to pull me in your storm. I'm going to pull you in my cam. You can't wake up every day fussing. You can't wake up every day getting confusion when you're in these professions or in life in general. Find what your purpose is and get on with it. I always tell people, anybody, if I leave this world now, I want to know that I tried everything that was possible to make life better for the people of the Virgin Islands. You might not agree with all. Yeah. I know there are those who won't agree with certain aspects of the gaming. Those who won't agree with certain aspects of the medicinal marijuana. Those who won't agree with asset seizure and a lot of bills that we pass here. Only two there, remember, but there's a lot to try to help us in the future with more revenues. But I want them to know that the power in any country for the people is with God, but He put us here to do certain things, to fulfill the purpose and help others fulfill theirs. And make no bones about it, you need money. The reason a lot of people continue to go into this talk and say, oh, they want to put us back into slavery. I don't believe in no physical slavery. There's nobody going to put you back in no physical slavery. The slavery that they're trying to put the Caribbean islands and the territory of the BVI in is called economic slavery. Because if you can pay and build your country on your own and be wise and prudent with it, if you could build your health care, build your other areas, that is when you're really free. And there are those who recognize that and hoping that the rest of us, they're fighting each other and don't see that, so that they can obtain the modern form of slavery, which is the economic slavery. And we have to rebuke that in Jesus' name. And why the hospital can and must become an economic giant. When we start to have more and more persons flowing in there that are going to help with certain areas, then we're good. Certain areas in health. And there is a role for midwives still. One of the things in the Caribbean that all medical people are so good at is that because they could do every single thing that God said. A nurse even could be a doctor. Most of the time, the nurse is a doctor. Because in the olden days, they tell me a story that sometimes the doctor didn't come back and they had to be the doctor and the nurse. You know, I heard those stories from some of these veterans that I named. They could do everything. They're not just a nurse that would do midwife, into the midwife section. They could go over here, go over there, go over the other. And that's what made them great, you know. Now lately, people are specializing in one specific area. And when they specialize in that one specific area and they land down in an environment like the BVI, they get lost. Because they're here, well, when you're done next month, you have to go over here. I didn't study that, and I'm not going over there. Limit themselves. These small island states, you can't study medicine and go in one specific area. When you're in nursing, you have to be flexible. Even if you're not fully au fait in certain areas, you have to do that general practitionership that you'll be able to be flexible. That is the key of what our own midwives and nurses had that made them survive for years, and not only survive, but thrive. And we must learn from those things. So I took some time to go down memory lane, because a lot of times in these islands now, we have a lot of people running around and just think that the success has come from them and their raw intelligence, and that no one has laid a foundation, and whatever was done before was wrong. If they had do this, we'd be better off. The point about it is, if they had do it, you might have been better off, but they did what they had to do, and you're here. So now it's your turn to make it better. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that every day in my mind is Nurses Day, Midwives Day. And I pray God's blessings over them as they continue each day to have another great accomplishment with BVI Love, with humility, with dedication, and that this bill will be a stepping stone to even greater things in the future, because this bill is long overdue. Let's don't forget that fact. And I thank the minister and his team for bringing it long overdue in terms of certain things, areas with it. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I pay greatest homage to our midwives and nurses, and as the Premier of this territory, on behalf of my government, I know the whole House, I said thank you. Thank you, Ms. Teresa Smith-Blight, and thank you, Ms. Trinita Donovan. Thank you, Ms. Dolores Jones, those older heads. Thank you, Ms. Jennifer Cameron Barty, the older heads, and I won't name all the rest of them, because some of them in the younger field, but thank them. Ms. Adina Donovan, Nurse Adina Donovan, thank them. I thank them. I thank them, Ms. Span and Ms. Fred, and I thank them as they come to my mind. I thank you, because if it wasn't for you, if it wasn't for all of you, we wouldn't have a health care to the level where we're at. So I thank all those who carry the torch on and carrying it on now and doing an admirable job. I thank you all. But the only reward for good work is more work. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Premier and member for the 1st District for his contribution. At this time, I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to rise and give my contribution on the bill before us, which is the Nurses and Midwives Act of 2020. Mr. Speaker, like the speakers before me, I rise in support of this bill, and I pray and pay much appreciation, much respect to the men and women that created the foundation, those that took the baton, and those that are continuing to carry such an important role in the overall field of healthcare, bringing lives into the world and helping to manage the affairs and the occurrences of life that we all face. Mr. Speaker, the member for the 5th District, who is also the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities, he's a few years older than me, but he was quicker on his feet than me today. And we were of the same mind because we come from the same stock. Because the piece that he highlighted in his contribution, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly where I was going. That piece from my constituent, he didn't want to say it then, he called her his cousin, but I'll call her my constituent, and cousin Rochelle Smith. She first did the presentation at our church at the 10:30 a.m. service, and then she repeated it late in the afternoon at the Sunday morning well for the emancipation service. And Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize, I won't go over the speech because the Honorable Minister did such a tremendous job in doing so. But I want to recognize, Mr. Speaker, persons from within the 2nd District. But before I get there, Mr. Speaker, I know I know that the persons that we are honoring, some of which are here in the gallery, and the Minister of Health and the Minister of Labor would have to bear me out on this. I think they were a little bit more comfortable where they were before, sitting on the bleachers. And I know, colloquially, I know their back must be hot enough by now. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to recognize the Minister of Health and Labor. It's a labor issue, you know. But I want to recognize, Mr. Speaker, as they are here before us, and I call them by name. I had to take the names, so that's why your names were taken earlier. It was me. Nurse Perla Sylvester, who is here, Nurse Norma Benjamin, Nurse Emerald Pemberton, Nurse Jacinta Hannibal, Nurse Maureen Smith. I only know you as Maureen Smith. You will remind me of your married name. That's how I know you. Okay, good. Nurse Gail Scotland, and a very special friend of mine and my family's, and I think of everybody's family, Nurse Ruperta Ephraim. This is one of the nurses that you heard. Her name is Nurse. I don't know how that came about, but I want to recognize and acknowledge you and say that we sincerely appreciate you and the service that you give to make the health care in the BVI exceptional. And on behalf of my family and the people of the 2nd District, I want to let you know that your hard work is not going unnoticed. It is much appreciated. And the recognition that you should be awarded, it's left to the Premier. He just spoke about it. And the Minister of Health, they have the money. So I'm just going to tell you thank you. But I really sincerely mean that for the hard work. And then there's some other persons that growing up, going back to the high school days, the Minister of Education, him and I would always have these conversations about school days because it feels like that's yesterday, but we know it's longer than yesterday. We were in high school. Nurse Portia Foy, a blessed memory, who anything you want, you go down the sick bay. And even if nothing wrong with you, she'll give you something. She'll make it seem like something wrong with you, and she'll give you something to make you feel like you're better. And Mr. Speaker, there are those, Ms. Seeley is one of those, as mention Rochelle's and Roy Smith's grandmother, also the grandmother of my cousins Gary and Sherry and Jeffrey Reimer. She's one of those, Mr. Speaker, I had to remind her grandson the other day. I said, boss, when I left here, I was 13 years old. And the memories that I had from 0 to 13 growing up in this BVI, I didn't forget a lot of them, most of them. So I called him one time and I said, Smitty, how you doing? He said, I'm good. He said, how are you? And I repeated something that his grandmother always used to say, Miss Celia always used to say, I hear betwixt and between. And when you hear and recount the numerous persons that she's helped to deliver. I just received a WhatsApp about Miss Batchy from down in the Kinganime area. She was one of the first midwives in that area. Then there's Miss Rosie. I learned that Miss Rosie came from East End. Only God knows how she got there from East End. She delivered a good much of my grandmother's children on my mother's side. But, you know, the Lord works in mischievous ways, his wonders to perform. Mr. Speaker, you hear about these persons, and then as I sit and continue to sit and glean from our seniors, they weren't professional nurses, but persons like Miss Alma. You always hear stories about Miss Alma and how they were good to this and good for that, Mr. Speaker. But the story about Miss Rosie, my mother was telling me one time, I had a horrible cold. And I don't think she would have get away with this now. I think there would have been some kind of charge against that. Mother said I had a horrible cold on my chest. And I got to put it so we can understand it. Mother said she take her finger them and she put it in my chest and she bring up the cold. Now, I don't remember this, but these are the type of things that were done, Mr. Speaker, in the healthcare field, because while they didn't have the formal education, they had a know-how because they paid attention and they listened and they learned from those that came before them. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that's the trend and that's the thought that we ought to continue to lean on and continue to build on that foundation. Yes, you have your education, but understand where we came from. The amount of bush I drink when I was young, Mr. Speaker, not a man could get me to drink crab bush now. I had a nurse who was one of the nurses of all nurses. Mr. Speaker, May Blanche Klein, better known as Muddy. She died when I was 5 years old, but I have some memories of her, because anytime I was sick, I was going by Muddy. Muddy gonna make it right. And she would always, that was my nurse. I don't care what nobody said, that was my nurse. And once I get some cream of wheat with a lump in it, I was good. That was my fix, Mr. Speaker. And off of her lineage, Mr. Speaker, came persons who I must recognize as today is her birthday. Her name is Elaine Klein, better known as Nani. That was another one of my nurses, Mr. Speaker, because as much trouble as I got into, when I fall down and broke up my foot, And one time I fall down and broke out my teeth. Before she turned to me, Mr. Speaker, I get some licks. I get a crop of blows because I was told not to go. But Mr. Speaker, when we talk about nursing and the midwives, it's that compassion. The Premier just spoke about the love, but it takes on a different level. The recognition is most times not there, because most times the doctors will get the recognition, Mr. Speaker, but before you get to the doctors, you got to go to the nurse. And the nurse are the ones that have that special touch, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at the caliber of women and persons that serve, they have a heart, they have a caring spirit, Mr. Speaker. The profession is one thing, but the individual, Mr. Speaker, that makes up this profession, it is one that is second to none. Mr. Speaker, while we are here and passing this bill, again, going back to foundation, the current Minister of Health is the one that moved and brought this bill under his ministry. And his permanent secretary and the team is here with him. And I also want to pay homage and recognize the former Minister of Health. But I have to go to my right, which was the former Minister of Health, which is now the leader of opposition. He had a little stint there, so I have to recognize him. But I want to pay homage especially to Honorable Ronnie Skelton, who was in the health and the Minister of Health, I think, for some 8+ years, and the work that they did, and all the professionals that contributed, and all the teams within the ministry, within the health services sector, together with the team from the AG's office who brought this bill before us, Mr. Speaker. It just speaks to a continuum and a continuous growth that we have in this territory. A territory that will continue to move from strength to strength once we don't lose sight of the things that are important, not just by saying them, Mr. Speaker, but recognizing them, respecting them, and ensuring that those that are here and those that we invite to come among us understand the values, understand the principles, and the foundation from which we came, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the overall health and wellness, the accreditation that the minister spoke about, I think it was on Tuesday, when we started this sitting. Mr. Speaker, that's a ginormous step. That's a gigantic step. Something that we should be proud of. We all should be proud of, Mr. Speaker. And I have always taught and tried to show the young people that you can live anywhere in the world. Living in a BVI is one of the hardest things to do. And I mean living because if you don't have some tough skin, sometimes you might be deterred by what you hear. Because it's always easier to pick up on the negative, and for some reason, we don't pick up on the negative. And we would broadcast the negative. We will repeat it like it's the truth. And you know when you repeat something, you have to want a little bit more. Because you got to make it a little juicier that it's coming from you. But Mr. Speaker, when we have situations like this, like the accreditation for the Dr. Yolanda Smith Hospital, You might get a day play in the media, in the public, but let you hear one of these nurses do something wrong or you had some mishap down at that same hospital. Weeks and months, they want to crucify the whole healthcare industry. Mr. Speaker, we have to do a better job of promoting positivity, of lifting up our people, of showing the importance of when we accomplish something. Yes, there are struggles. Yes, there are hard times that we all go through. But when we reach a milestone such as this, Mr. Speaker, it should be celebrated on a large scale. As I said to the Minister of Education on Tuesday, with the using the territorial song instead of the national anthem, it's a big deal. These are big deal moments. And when we have them, we need to celebrate them, Mr. Speaker. We need to promote them, the same energy. The song said, keep the same energy, and promote positivity and accomplishments above some of the negative things that we would hear about, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight another that I would term a nurse. When my father was about, I think he was about 2 years old, if not less, he had, as I used to suffer with, not as bad, but he had very bad sinuses. And to the point where he could not breathe, and he was, I would say, rushed to the hospital, but in those days, I don't know how he would rush to nowhere. He was taken to the hospital because I think between my grandmother, God rest her soul, Lillian Nanny Turnbull, and my great aunt, the grandmother of the Honorable Minister Kairima and Sherry De Castro, they take him to the hospital or to the clinic. And the doctor told them there's nothing they can do for him. And my father was sent home to die. And Mr. Speaker, these two women did not take, at the time, the doctor's word. They dug a bit deeper. They got together and they said that they pronounced life over him, and they went to what they knew, which was prayer and a belief in God. And while I pray and I believe in God, they give some rubbing thing. I know all the point, but I can imagine, because my mother now is one of the other nurses. You ever around my mother? She'll probably try to cut my backside for this one. But if you ever, no, she frame right there. If you ever around my mother, she got Vaseline in her bag. No, I don't care where you go, she got Vaseline. Vaseline is my mother cure all. You feeling sick, you got cough, she rubs some Vaseline on you. Now, I don't know if it works. But Mr. Speaker, because they didn't give up, and just as bad as the situations are, and I hear the stories, and we all hear the stories as elected members of, oh, this nurse do this to you, and you're calling on their behalf because you want to see what's going on. And you nurses, you get some bad treatment, I know because I hear about them. Some of you that get some bad treatment because when constituents call us, Mr. Speaker, I ain't going back down there because this nurse do this and this nurse do that. But you ain't hear what them do. But Mr. Speaker, above and beyond that, above the criticism, above the disrespect, your heart. goes beyond what the patient could see, and you stick it out with them. And some of them, Mr. Speaker, some of them will come back and say thank you. But for the ones that don't and haven't, I want to say thank you on their behalf. Because the job that you do is a thankless job. It's not like some other professions where you could get frustrated and say, I'm going home. You and God deal with that. Your job requires you to care about others and be there for others when they don't even care about being there for themselves. Mr. Speaker, when Nurse Norma Benjamin published her book, I was able to make contact with her, and I pledged at that time that I would purchase, I think it was either 15 or 20 books. I think it was 20. 20 books from her, which I did, Mr. Speaker. And I have those books, 3 of which have been given, one to the Elmo Stout High School, one to the Ivan Dawson School, one to Enos Adams, one to Just Van Dyke Primary, Mr. Speaker. And I am seeking the opportunity where, no, Minister, you don't have to pay me for these here. These one here, I bought them, I'll gift them. Because what I want to do, Mr. Speaker, is I want to be able to gift them to persons who are studying, whether they have an interest in it from high school or even at the H. Lavity Stout Community College. If they have an interest in nurtures, gift them a copy of this book so they can understand the historical background, so they can understand the importance, the culture of the industry that they wish to be a part of. It's not just about having your education. I can't keep not remembering my grandfather's statement, don't be stupid smart, or don't be smart stupid. You can have the education, but if you don't understand the culture, if you don't understand the background, if you don't understand where we came from, and you think because you have education, you come and you think you're above everybody else, Mr. Speaker, you're going to bring up. So the book, Mr. Speaker, is a very enlightening book, Mr. Speaker, and for those that are wishing to get into the medical field, and the Minister of Education spoke about creating a platform that helps persons go into this field. That's tremendously important. And Mr. Speaker, while we're on that subject, we need to ensure, and I've said it before in this honorable house, I said it when I was out of the house, and I'm saying it again, Mr. Speaker. We need to ensure, if we are moving healthcare to the cutting edge, if we have spent, Minister of Health said, some over $200 million with an M, capital M-I-L-L-I-O-N, dollars in this field over the last 10 years. We have to do it on every level. We have to raise the bar in terms of compensation for the nurses and the midwives and the people in the healthcare field to be competitive across the world. Because what we have now, Mr. Speaker, and I could say this from serving on the Health Services Authority Board, what we have is not a lack of commitment. It's not a lack of dedication from the persons that we have in this profession and in these fields, Mr. Speaker. But if we're raising the bar, Mr. Speaker, it must be a comprehensive raising. That 80-20 rule, Mr. Speaker, that 80% of the work It's done by your 20%. But we need to ensure that we are compensating the 20% so that when we look across the region, when we look across to wherever we want to be competitive with, Mr. Speaker, our rates, our employment packages, our wages, Mr. Speaker, are encouraging. Because the medical tourism and all the other fancy things that we will speak about, while they are important, you can't have a $100 million hospital, you can't have this big accreditation and not have the compensation, because who will want to come walk here? Not everybody, Mr. Speaker, has the commitment and will have the dedication as those persons that sit in the gallery and those persons that continue to serve now and who have served before. So we must make sure, Mr. Speaker, that that platform is developed. Mr. Speaker, I have a cousin who is a nurse in Washington, D.C. And their job is one that is a very important and confidential job. And Mr. Speaker, while we may not, well, I may not like who the person is working for, this cousin of mine, Mr. Speaker, serves in the office of the President of the United States as a nurse, having gone through his years, and I said his years, I want to make sure I said his years, of medical training in the United States Army, having gone through the ranks, and now is hired as one of the healthcare professionals who, I'm not talking about sits and serves in the White House outside. I'm talking about inside. Who interacts very regularly with the current president, Mr. Speaker. And one of the conversations we've began having is, how can we and how can he use the experience and the expertise that he has to start to bridge and correlate with our healthcare system and our healthcare development here in this territory. I've already shared with him, Mr. Speaker, and the minister. I don't know if he is aware, but he will be aware now. I've already shared with him the contact information for Dr. Stevens, who is right there in the DC area. But it's a conversation, Mr. Speaker, that can only help. That can only help, and if something comes out of it, great. But Mr. Speaker, these are people all across the world. You go in Seacoast Bay, a very good friend of mine, Mr. Speaker, she is in the Baptist Hospital. I think she is one of the leading persons in her field as a registered nurse that deals with the care for persons who can't care for themselves. I don't know the terms, so you will help me when we get in committee stage. But she's a Forbes from Seacoast Bay, from Sika Bay. But these people, Mr. Speaker, you go through Miami, you go through all over the country and all over the world, we have persons that if we continue, and we will continue to develop this industry and continue to develop our medical feel we have resources that we can not only pull on, but hopefully, Mr. Speaker, we'll be to a place where we can also magnetize them to come back home and build the territory that help give them a start in their profession. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say without a shadow of a doubt that this Nurses and Midwives Act of 2020 again receives my full support. I pay much respect to the nurses and midwives who sit in this gallery, those who have paved the way for us to be where they are, and those that, through the help of God, and just that divine gift that He gave for some of the persons that we read about in Mrs. Benjamin's book, and the persons that Miss Rochelle Smith highlighted in her tribute to her grandmother, that just understood that this was their calling. So, Mr. Speaker, I again say thank you. I again congratulate you and salute you for the job and the work that you have done, the work that you will continue to do. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that where we're headed, that the stories that you will have, I hope you don't just hold them, but I hope there is a sharing of the information with the others who are young and are interested, but more so share the information with your family so that they can understand and appreciate the vastness of and the complexity of what you do. So, Mr. Speaker, I say, on behalf of the people of the 2nd District and all the persons who have received care throughout this territory, if you have never heard that you are loved and appreciated for your hard work and dedication, I say so on my behalf and the people that have sent me to represent them in this honorable house. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for the 2nd District for his contribution. Floor remains open. I recognize the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member, the Honorable Neville A. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be very short because I know the ladies are very tired and sitting a long time. But I could not pass without saying thank you. And I have to look at you and I speak at you because you're phenomenal ladies. And I must say that. Because what you all do is from the heart. It's not about money. It's about caring for people. And as the Premier said, that's why I'm always talking about love. Because when you think and when you look at how life is, if you don't love doing something, or you don't love people or care for people, you can't share it. And as a nurse or midwife, that's what you all have. Because when you're a young person, and I can talk for myself, when I was young, I was afraid of the doctors, but I loved the nurse. You understand? I love the nurse because when you go to the doctor is not the one that give you the injection, it's the nurse, but she will distract you. Once a woman. She will distract you. She will talk to you nice, and you even don't know when you get the injection. Before you do, you say, "You finished?" You know, and not just that part of it, but also the part about caring for the elderly, the older people. Sometimes I sit and I watch how some of these nurses operate. And it reminds me of my mother as a teacher. I always have a love for everyone. They do not choose or discriminate against anyone. Everyone that comes to the hospital, they treat them as if it's their own child. And that's the quality of a nurse. You know, she puts her patients first. What some people don't realize that when you go to the doctor after you take an operation, it's not a doctor who takes care of you, it's the nurse. You know, the nurse plays a very important role in caring for patients. I think they are underrated. They're not given the due respect that they deserve. It's two professions that I see that we overlook, which is teaching and nursing. It's very important that we pay more attention to the nurses and we help them. I would love to see more male nurses part of this profession also. This is a very caring profession, and we need a lot, because when you look at how life is now, example of this COVID-19, if our nurses decide, hey, look, I don't want to get sick, I stay home, you know what will happen? So you really have to sit down and really watch how important this is. And we need to put more into it. I can recall that the Social Security used to sponsor scholarship for nurses. And I don't know if it still goes on or not. But I think we need to look into it, see how we could refine it if there was a problem, and get it back on stream. We have to put more into our nurses. We have to put more into that profession. I just want to say again, thank you very much for your service that you've given and still giving. In terms of the midwives, I have so many stories about that I even don't want to go down that road. Because I can remember a lady by the name of Miss Butter. We used to call her Butter Crutch. A small lady. She used to sit. But the thing about her is, as small as she was, she had a thumb out of this world. When she put her thumb on you, run. Something, as the minister screams, I had, my mother could hear me from where I was, where she is. And Miss Rosa, I remember very well. She was a setter. She delivered babies and stuff. But these midwives, we have to realize too, they had a gift from God, is what they had. That's why midwife had, a gift from God. They didn't need to go to school to learn that. And I take off my hat, and I hope that that profession could still continue, and we could hand it down to generation, because that's something that I think we should have inherit. It's part of our culture. We should make sure it happens. We should not just have a book about it, but we should keep little different seminars, little different stuff about midwives, so that people can learn more about it. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say again, I'll stay short because I know the night is long and I think it's 6 o'clock. So, thank you.
I thank the Deputy Speaker for his contribution. Is there any other member wishing to speak? Haven't seen any indication of any other member wishing to make a contribution to the bill, I therefore call upon the Minister for Health to summarize and wrap up his presentation.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by saying thanks to every member for their contribution. And I think that this segment of this sitting could go and it can write a book of itself, because it is one in which each of our members have stories and they recant the fact that if we are going to look in terms of building our health care, we have to look not only in the past, not only in terms of giving credit to those who credit are due, is due, but also look to the future, and it will take all of our cooperation to get this done right. My journey to Minister of Health and Social Development is quite a journey. But at the end of the day, being service-minded oriented and being in the areas where, as a Lion, we had to look in terms of the Adina Donovan Home and Christmas caroling and the Safe Haven Transitional Center and all of the areas under the very same ministry that we had to attend from time to time is very keen and key to what we have here. There are a lot of questions and programs that we have to institute in order to get the best of the medical service. The nurses, when I gave my presentation, I mentioned that the history of healthcare in the Virgin Islands is also the history of nursing in the Virgin Islands. Because, as I mentioned, Peebles itself, completed in 1922, nursing is now 100 years, 1920 to 2020. You're talking 100 years of nursing history in the Virgin Islands. So we cannot lose sight of the fact. Of course, we must know that it will be even older than 1920 because there were people born before 1920. So in terms of the recording of history, I would have to be corrected, and I'll have to get the book that speaks of what was done before 1920. But here we have it. Mr. Speaker, I like to do a lot of research and reading. So there is a segment, Health Services Research, by the National Institute of Health on managed migration, the Caribbean approach to addressing nursing services capacity. And the objective, there's an objective or a principal finding and a conclusion to a very long story, but it's short, and I shortened it. The objective is to, 1, provide a contextual analysis of the Caribbean region with respect to forces shaping the current and emerging nursing workforce picture in the region. 2, discuss country-specific cases within the Caribbean. And 3, describe the managed migration program as a potential framework for addressing regional and global nurse migration issues. And the principal findings it surmised was that the Caribbean, and this is a 2017 issue, the Caribbean is in the midst of a crisis of shortage of nurses with an average vacancy rate of 42%. Low pay, poor career prospects, and lack of education opportunities are among the reasons nurses resign. Many of these nurses look outside the region for job opportunities in the United States, in Canada, in the United Kingdom, and other countries. Compounding the situation is the lack of resources to train nurses to fill the vacancies. The managed migration program of the Caribbean is a multilateral, cross-sector, multi-interventional, long-term strategy for developing and maintaining an adequate supply of nurses for the region. In its conclusion, it's a short conclusion, the managed migration program of the Caribbean has made progress in establishing regional support for addressing the nursing shortage crisis and developing a number of interesting initiatives such as training for export and temporary migration. Recommendations to move the managed migration program of the Caribbean forward focus on advocacy, integration of the program into regional policy decisions, and integration of the program with regional health programming. So, Mr. Speaker, The challenges that we face, they're not unique to the Virgin Islands, not unique to the actual region, the Caribbean as a wide span. If you go to the United States of America, they also complain of Canada taking their nurses, of some other place taking their nurses. We have areas that are specific to training of persons in the field. The onus is on us to do all that is critical, all that is important, to make sure that when folks come and join us to serve, we recognize, as the Premier said, the level of service that they offer. Economics, yes, is one. Caring has to be more than that, and we must embrace the challenges that we have. This is why we have a program for the summer students. It's not new, so everyone always like to brag about first time ever. It's not a first time ever, but we wanted to make sure that the $62,000 or $67,000 for the 37 students over a 2 or 3 month program was basically taken up, and we would reimburse the Health Services Authority for doing this. The Premier has pledged this on our behalf, so we can each brave that we took part in this. We can also make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we present to each of the 37 students a copy of the book, Nursing in the Virgin Islands. I don't care whether their concentration is in the allied health field or the nursing field or their quest to become a doctor or any other of the areas. I think that it is important because you will see the basis for which we have moved the service from one area to the other. I also asked for a listing and a number of the retired, active, and inactive persons or who have passed through our shows as nurses. And from that list, we may well have others, but in terms of the retired and active BVI nurses, the total now stands at 16. In terms of the retired inactive BVI nurses, total at 32. In terms of the retired inactive non-Virgin Island nurses, 174. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a debt of gratitude to all of these persons, no matter where they originated. The fact is that they were here, they helped serve the people, and we must all be grateful. But we have to move to the stages. We have to be able to recognize that if we are going to build the institution where we are talking, because it is amazing. I go to Anegada, for instance, and we look at in terms of somebody to be an EMT. And I'm telling them, I'm challenging them there. We can't wait for someone to come from elsewhere when you can train someone who probably is skilled. They have made their hometown their home. And just for the matter of training, whether it's in nursing, at any level, so that at the end of the day, if we want a resident medical person, we can then go back to the old-time philosophy of a nurse being trained to the highest level so that they can then, the visiting doctors can come whenever the visiting doctors need to come. But you'll have somebody always there, and we're not looking to see who can we get that would want to stay on Anegada, in Jocelyn Dyke, in North Sound, anywhere in the BVI. We would have these persons grown right there, and they would love to serve in whatever capacity that we have to, so that we can build the particular system. I am convinced again that we have nurses and health professionals all over the world. So we have to put out a cry, a plea, calling all medical professionals, whether you're doctors, whether you are allied health, whether you're nursing, whether in any of the field, because we cannot forget that there are many areas of opportunities. the healthcare administration, the persons who have to repair all of the equipment that is in there. We have persons who coming in to repair all of the equipment. We have to train our people so that they're here, they're resident here, and we can call on them at any time. I know because I have to sign all of them in at this time. So this pandemic has shown us some of the challenges that we have in almost every sphere. If it's not an elevator, is a scan machine, it is the X-ray machine, it is all of the equipment that we need. So we must be able to train our people in these specific areas. The opportunities exist, and it is cheaper to have somebody here who we can train, and then we can, quote unquote, export our labor. We can export our expertise so that we can then go somewhere else and fix their equipment, bring it up to speed. And this is what we have to do. So we challenge our people to get on board. We have to challenge our people to get on board and be the best that you can be in each of the areas, whether it's medical or any of the other areas. I am seeing the void as it relates to some of the areas. As we become accredited, Mr. Speaker, we have a challenge, because where you could have used one person to be director, manager, supervisor, and operator, you now need 4 persons. And you have an issue, because we have a 24-hour service. So, your illness doesn't close off at 5. It might be 5 a.m., or it may well be 5 p.m. that you're actually sick. So you have to be taken care of. Mr. Speaker, as we look in terms of bringing in folks who we can help to move this, we cannot and will not find all of the funding if we have to keep just changing folks, bringing in the folks, and they were grateful. The folks from actually Cuba, folks from America, folks from United Kingdom, folks from Canada. We have to make sure that in this very region, just as the person speak, a person trained in St. Vincent or Jamaica or Trinidad, we're all brothers and sisters, aren't we? So we can then look in terms of how we can sharpen our skills throughout the region. So if there's a void anywhere in the Caribbean, we are all brothers and sisters. We can do this. We have affiliation agreements in the UK. Hertfordshire County, we have this particular agreement. We can send our people to train in some disciplines there. They are prepared to do it. We can bring certain people from there on an exchange agreement, and they can come here and they can impart some of the skills and knowledge, because you would get more opportunities with 10 and 15 million people than you will get with 30,000. So at the end of the day, we have to embrace the fact that there are the places that can help us. We have Puerto Rico, we have Florida, we have all these places that they are prepared to work with us in training our people. We have to embrace the opportunities. Let go. Go out there. Affiliate. And I said at the beginning of this that it was just brilliance that we came immediately behind the Higher Education Licensing Act. Because at the end of the day, all of the programs that we had at the college must be reinstituted. All of the higher education program must be put in place so that we can then use the facility which we which we built. In fact, I'll tell you what, I can brag without contradiction, because I was on the board of the H. Lafley Stout Community College when we got the certificate of accreditation. I am now Minister of Health. So I have two 2 certificates I can put on the wall. And I think the permanent secretary is here, so she said, no, she knows when I say I could, that means I will. So she's here, and we'll make sure it happens. We have 2 of them. So isn't it fitting that with the Minister of Education and the Minister of Health, 2 accreditations under my belt, we can then make this work? It can happen. It will happen. So, Mr. Speaker, our night is fast spent, and the continuing education of which Honorable Penn spoke of will be dealt with. The salary adjustments of which Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance didn't speak of but is thinking about, that will happen. The Minister of Labor, he will make sure that all through the Caribbean we will join this whole train of where we train our people and we can then keep all people within the Caribbean region. We will look in terms of honoring the persons who have served and served well so that their efforts will never be in vain. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a bright day for healthcare. There's a bright day for the Health Services Authority. There's a bright day for the Ace Life Gestalt Community College. There is a bright way in which we can say thank you to the Attorney General's Chambers and Solomon, and Attorney General, to the Ministry of Health, to the Health Services Authority, all of the professionals who have done. I know that Sister Benjamin is now at NHI, and we will look all through the area and see who are best positioned to effect the changes and the advancement necessary for us to get health care in the correct order. And we'll have to lower our egos and fit in where it is best suited. I think that's the charge that I have. I think that's the charge I embrace, and it is one in which I think we can all benefit. As this 4th House of Assembly, I never want to lose track of the number of houses of the Legislative Council, because while we brag of the 4th House of Assembly, we are now into the 17th 4-year term of from 1950 to now. So I don't know how we can get that embraced so that folks don't believe that we only had 4 houses. No, it is 17 or 18 going up. And we must not lose sight of the fact, because the legislations that were passed, we heard of one in 55, we heard of one in 63, we heard of one in 79, we heard of 77, we heard of all of these. And when we look at the ministers of health, when we look at since 2005, when we had the Health Services Authority, all of the chairpersons, all of the ministers under that, we have a wall, we have a duty to make sure that their contributions are recognized and their contributions are not forgotten. So we would like to give accolades to all those persons who have traveled. So, Mr. Speaker, with that said, I would move forward. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report. No, that is when it's finished. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be read a second time.
I thank the Minister for wrapping up the bill. Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Nurses and Midwife Act 2020 be now read a second time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Nurses and Midwives Act 2020 and shall come into force on such date as the Minister may, by a notice published in the Gazette, appoint.
Members, pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. This House is in committee.